Good morning, good morning, good morning. Great to be here today. As with yesterday, I will say SAWASF and you'll say? Women. Okay, SAWASF. Women. SAWASF. Women. Watintu mfazi? Watintu mbogoto. Uzo? Watintu abafazi? Watintu mbogoto. 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 SAWASF. Women. SAWASF. Women. Hey, good morning, good morning, good morning. Great to be here. Wonderful to be here. Happy to see each one of you. I got my t-shirt on thanks to the organizers for reasons beyond whatever. I had not had my t-shirt on. Somebody gave me a look and said, are you sure you're in the right place? Because everyone who's here is supposed to have a t-shirt. And I went, I got appropriately attired. Wow. Is each one of us appropriately attired this morning? Yes, because this is our identity yesterday and today, and this is what we are about, right? We are here about the conference. So today I'll be your program director. Just for this morning, I'm a little bit jealous because she had the whole day yesterday, and I only have until tea time. That is not fair, but such is my luck. But really great to be here today. My name is Dr. Maureen Tong. I'm an executive coach. I love being with sports people because we're used to sports coaching. But really, there's a very strong correlation between executive coaching, personal coaching. Some call it life coaching. There's a very strong correlation between the two because it's all about your coach being your best supporter, wanting to bring out the best in you, getting to be you to be the best version of yourself, right? So that's what I do. That's what I do. I coach people. I do what they call life coaching, executive coaching, professional coaching. But I'm also my doctor of international law. Okay, people are settling down. International law, my training is in law actually, but I do a lot of leadership training. I went to best business school. I teach leadership there. I established the big leadership school, the presidential library. So I do many different things. But my love of sports comes a long way. Way back. Okay, I won't tell which year because now I'll be showing my age. Mama Rosina is the only one I know who proudly tells us that in the 70s, around the time when I was born, in the 70s, she was an Olympian and really broke the odds, really, put African and Black women on the map in terms of showing ability, resilience, and just, breaking all the odds. And she was an Olympian in those years. So I appropriately call her Mama Rosina. Because in a different time, she could have easily been my mother. Okay, so wonderful to be here. Wonderful to see everyone here. So we are about to do day 2. My opening is about to do a summary of yesterday. As we recall, very first thing we had a welcome by Ausin Tambi. You will not believe, I only met her last year, but you'll think I know her forever. I met Yenani Mama Rosina, the Lydia. I met all 3 of them on the same day. It was August of 2021 when I met both 3 of them. It was at an event by Athletics Gauteng North, right? That's where I met both of them, and the love continues until this day. And I'm so pleased that we are working. And for young people, that is the power of networking. Please learn this, the power of networking. Just 12 months ago, I met them, and a lot has happened in between. And a lot is planned going into the future. A lot. Many systems we are working, we won't reveal too much, but there are things we are working on. Watch this space, as they say in social media. Watch this space. Nani Mama Rosina, I promised her something. I think I can announce it. I'm still planning to do an absolute beautiful expose of her work as an athlete, the work that she did. I plan to host her on a beautiful event, and just I think we're not spending enough time in celebrating our heroes and heroines. We really should. So lots of work coming out there. Lydia hosted me on the 4th of August. I was in SAFA House as a guest speaker at SAFA Women's Conference. And I said there, as I will say it again, and as I'll keep speaking it, because I'm an expert on leadership, and especially women in leadership. Research has shown that in any organization, when you only have 30% of women in leadership, only 30% of women in leadership, there is an observable increase in the organization or the company's profitability, sustainability, and productivity. Research, empirical research, Harvard Business School, Bloomberg, repeated elsewhere, and that's why we have the so-called 30% Club. The 30% Club is a voluntary organization of CEOs who have taken from this research and said, now that we understand what having only 30% of women in leadership can produce, we are making a voluntary commitment that in our organization, we will voluntarily ensure that we always have 30% of women in leadership in our organization, because we have seen the benefits of it.
Minimum 30%.
Minimum. Minimum, absolutely minimum, indeed minimum. Yeah? Because why can't it be 50? Like the Swiss are doing. I started my page in Sweden, graduated in France. Some of the countries, and for me, this is the clear indication, and it just proves the research over and over and over again. The countries that have the longest history, of gender equality are the most advanced in the world. And these countries are Sweden, Denmark, Norway, which is the fourth I'm forgetting, and including Iceland, the Nordic countries. Finland, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, 4, plus Iceland, The United Nations Human Development Index, the HDI, the UNDP runs the HDI report, Human Development Index, right? They check the most developed countries in terms of longevity, how long people live, level of education, quality of life. Guess what? The 5 countries, the 4 Nordic countries, Finland, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, plus Iceland, that have the longest history of gender equality compete with each other each year. They say it's Denmark, the following year is Norway, the other year is Sweden, the other year is Iceland. And that just goes to prove that whenever you put women in leadership, this is what happens. What are those indices? How long people live. So there's a correlation between longevity of both men and women when you have gender equality. Because why? Women cook in the home. That means there's nutrition, right? There's access to healthcare. Girls stay in school longer, and hence also the high correlation of the increase in education. We all know the expression, you educate a woman, you educate a nation, right? You give money to a man. Sorry, gentlemen, Dr. Mlauzi, this is not this on you at all. When you give, and research has shown over and over again, when you give money to a man, you are giving money to an individual. When you give money to a woman, you are giving money to a family. Agree?
Yes.
When you give money to a woman, you give money to a family, to a community actually even, and to society at large. Because the mother from the household, somebody was asking the question yesterday, I think it was Mary, I was asking, if we are so good at managing things in the household, why are we not spreading it out into society? And that's a valid question. Because in the household, the mother will ensure every child is eating, there's nutrition in the home, healthcare is taken care of, education is taken care of, all these things are taken care of. So now as women in sports, let's take on the world, right? Let's make sure all of these things are happening. Now I've spoken too much and I've spoken way beyond my time. And that's a problem of having a woman who's a professional speaker, being your MC. That is the trouble that Austen Tambi took. But anyway, a brief summary of yesterday. It was great. We had the introduction by Austen Tambi, and of course, we had also the keynote by Richard Froggatt from about the 8th International Water AWG conference that's coming up. We had a lot about how she emphasized the importance of when government support initiatives, we end up having all the beautiful things that need to happen. We also had a panel discussion, and that panel discussion zoomed in on a number of things. One of them that stood out for me was the issue of ensuring capacitation. Yes, let's appoint women to positions. Let's make sure the women are in the boardrooms, but let's make sure we capacitate them so that it's not tokenism, right? We provide the capacity, we provide the mentoring, we provide the coaching that comes with it. And I'm very pleased that Sister Tambi is very big and very strong at SAWASF on mentoring and leadership. That is very crucial, it's very important. So that it's not a tick box exercise. It's not just about how many women are in the boardroom and what's happening, but also an important factor, the gender pay gap was spoken about. How men and women are not paid the same for equal input. Now, in the workplace, in my teaching on women in leadership at business school, etc., we talk about this a lot in terms of general boardrooms. How most times, and not just in the boardroom, but in the workplace in general, women are not paid the same amount of money for equal work that is done by men. Now, in sports, it is even more pronounced. Another important factor for me that came out yesterday is the one that said, actually, how do we calculate value? Right now for South Africa, let's be honest, Banyana now, in terms of value, is worth a lot more than Bafana. So how we need to be absolutely clear about how we calculate value, how we attach value. And based on how we attach that value, then the other things flow. It should be a no-brainer for a media house from marketing perspective that obviously right now Banyana is the strongest brand. And therefore the sponsorship should be flowing. But these things are not going to happen. And that's the sad tragedy about gender relationships. It's not going to happen magically. We ourselves as women in sport are going to have to stand up and say, we have shown value, therefore the money must follow. It's going to take action, intentional action. Even in those countries that I spoke about, the Nordic countries, Sweden, Denmark, Norway, Finland, and Iceland included as part of the 4 Scandinavian countries, Nordic countries, it took women to rise up. No society will unilaterally of its own accord say, oh, we are just going to wake up one morning and just be fair to women. It's not going to happen. It does not happen. It never happens voluntarily. It takes champions. It takes people being there every day and pushing. And that's why I like Munira's point yesterday. She kept saying to the young athlete who said, oh, well, there's more coverage, these things are happening. She said, yes, but it's not enough. We need to keep pushing. That for me is also one of the strongest messages yesterday. But I also love the leadership that I saw. The fact that we had for each commission 2 mostly young, it's no slide on you and our age. But most of the presenters yesterday were young. And for me, that's a really good thing. That's a really good thing because this is how you teach leadership. You teach it by doing. You give the young women and say, go to a commission. You are going to be responsible for taking the notes. You're going to come back and you're going to present. One of them said, I'm so grateful for the music. It helped me to deal with my anxiety. And that's just it. It takes practice and practice and practice and practice. Sometimes I'm especially happy that you also brought the youngsters. I remember you and I being other meetings in other places where we were saying, there'd be a presence of young people. And indeed,
we lost a sponsor because of that.
Yes.
We were prepared to lose a sponsor because of they had put age restriction.
And that's important.
That's very important.
That's very important.
Yeah.
We had a sponsor. Somebody asked yesterday, was it elsewhere to say, and also Mundura saying you should be having sponsors. I mean, who's sponsoring SAWASF?
Selected.
Yeah? We were in a meeting recently where we were arranging a sponsorship for this conference. We sat in that boardroom and we had several conversations afterwards. And that sponsorship, unfortunately, came with age restrictions. And it was a choice of, do we accept the sponsorship and not bring these young women into the room? And we said no.
By Wednesday.
Yes.
Say if you are strict on that, stay with your together. We'll be using another event.
In other situations.
But for now, we want our young kids to be exposed.
Yeah. And that's how you build future leaders. So youngsters, I hope you do appreciate this and understand that as mothers, often we make tough choices. A mother will say, I'll go 100 as long as my child is fine. We'll forgo the sponsorship for this conference because we want our young girls to be here to learn. Because you learn by watching me stand here. You learn by hearing there's a Dr. Morintong who looks like me. I could also be one. You learn by watching the women that were speaking, the one that are on video, say, wow, women can do these things. By watching Katongo come all the way and her colleague from Zambia and come to South Africa and being part of this and being part of the networks and the connections. This is how you learn. I don't want to speak too much. We have a long program today, but those were, for me, some of the things that stood out, of course. But the issue about being intentional and being intentional and being intentional. Keep pushing the boundaries. Keep pushing the boundaries. But as a coach, I also have to speak about agency, right? Now, in the gender struggle, we have all these international processes. We have the United Nations having UN Women. We have International Women's Day on 8 March. In South Africa, we have August, the entire month dedicated to women. In Africa, and most people don't know this, there is also the Pan-African Women's Day on 31 July. This came about from the formation of the Pan-African Women's Organization on 31 July 1962, a full year before the Organization of African Unity was even formed, which is now the African Union. Even before it was formed as a governmental body to govern all of Africa, women stood up and established power, the Pan-African Women's Organization. And therefore, 31 July 2022 is the 60th anniversary. So women have always been at the forefront of doing these things. So I'm saying all this process at international level, organizational level, country level are happening, right? But as a coach, I'll always speak about the individual responsibility because governments will do what's required and this work will be done. Yeah. And this work will be done, SACOG, SAWASF, all these things will be done. However, agency, the personal choices and determination, the choice to go and learn for yourself, the choice to go and do things that are required, the choice to go and say, I will be this, I will do this, I will do this, I will do this, I will do this. So personal responsibility is also just as important, especially for young women. So SAWAFs keep doing that beautiful work that you are doing in mentoring and teaching them leadership and ensuring that in the future we'll be happy to see Abu Ausriya, the newer version in so many years, keeping the fight and doing what's required. I'm now going to call Dr. Ndani, who's the Deputy Director for Sports at the University of Pretoria, and he's going to speak about why now and not later, the reasons why women cannot wait for a level playing field, using current legal policy instruments to ensure lasting change in women and sports. May you please have the podium, Dr. Ndani. And before he even does that, he's already asked me to remind the people that were taking the notes from the commissions, from the groupings, please ensure that before 10:30, he receives the email typed because he has to do the work that is required. Please remember to do that and please keep sending the reports so that when he finishes speaking, he has all the reports and is able to do the work that is required. Thank you, Dr. Ndani. May you have the podium. Ms. Natalie.
If you can't email WhatsApp, then WhatsApp email.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Naz, can you see me? Thank you. That's very important. We live in the world of instant news, and I want to be seen well throughout the world. It's my place for that. When I was asked to speak on this topic, I thought it was going to be an easy one. Then I realized that it's very long. Just the topic is very long. I delayed starting to prepare until I said to myself, why now and not later? As the due date was getting closer, I realized that I had to commit myself to the project sooner than later, or all would be lost. And here we are. After preparing thoroughly, I'm able to stand before you to share my thoughts on this topic. Thank you for inviting me to this important conference on national advocacy and women in sport. The only other gender to speak at this gathering. I'll ask Andre to move to the next slide. One of the things I'm going to talk about, or you will infer from what I'm saying, is issues of structure, structuring things, planning. So for that reason, I have a structure to my presentation. There's a rationale for the presentation or the topic, the state of current legal and policy instruments or tools, how to enforce lasting change, and the conclusion. And one big principle that we need to take from this presentation is that small steps in the right direction can turn out to be the biggest step of your life. Why now and not later? The reasons why women cannot wait for a level playing field and how to use current legal and policy instruments to enforce lasting change in women's sport. Government moves very slowly. Sometimes doesn't even move. I was impressed yesterday when listening to Clementia from Colombia, I think, who indicated that once the Bretton Declaration was passed, Colombians get together to establish a women in sport movement. I think we did the same in South Africa. Around about 1994, Women in Sport South Africa was formed under Minister Steve Tshwete. Unfortunately, when it was moved to another department, the movement died very quickly because the political thrust shifted. The new minister didn't value women and sport, so he didn't make it a priority in his office. That led to the formation of Women in Sport, South African Women in Sport Foundation, a number of years later. So governments move very slowly. Department can hide information. For some of you, you might know that we have got a National Sport and Recreation Plan that is at the end of its life in 2022. It was approved and passed in 2012. It was supposed to last 10 years, and this is the 10th year of the National Sport and Recreation Plan. And South Africa has gone quiet. We actually don't have a plan for the next 10 years. A sport plan, we don't have one as we speak. The same thing with the white paper on sport and recreation. It's also coming to the end of its life. So that's when you trust government and departments to do what they're supposed to do. Sport governing bodies are protected territories of those in power. That we know very well. I was involved in one case with Mlitambi where it was hectic. Simply because people were entrenched and they didn't want to be moved. And people forget too quickly. You and I, we forget too quickly. And this is critical. I was in conversation with someone yesterday who told me that the issues that are being raised here were raised in 2019. You be the judge. The issues that are being raised here were raised also in 2019. And we passed the buck. No, it's not my responsibility. So-and-so was supposed to have done it. And we don't want to do the heavy lifting. The heavy lifting is not done here. It's done when we leave, where we're confronted with discrimination, with inequality, and we don't say anything, we don't do anything, we don't look for help, we don't ask the right questions. So at the end, the wait is simply too long and nothing gets done. And remember the women of 1956, whom we are celebrating this month. Individually, they made a decision to march to the union buildings. Individually, when they left their home, they were alone, one woman making a decision to march. But together, as an organization, as a movement, they managed to deliver the petition. I'm just going to give you a glimpse of the legal and policy instruments. There's simply too many to mention and to go into detail. Maybe one thing that you need to take from here is I'm avoiding spoon feeding you. I'm challenging you to go and look for information. It's there on the websites of government, of the United Nations, of European Union, which doesn't apply to us, but there are best practices that we can learn from those countries. So I'll just give you a snapshot of where we are in South Africa in terms of treaties, and that's the definition of the treaty: an agreement or arrangement made by negotiation. And if you take the United Nations as an example, things get negotiated. And unfortunately, there are 5 countries with veto power. Russia has just vetoed something to do with the nuclear treaty. I saw it this morning on the news. So it means there will not be an agreement as long as one country is vetoing, those with veto power. So at the United Nations, countries will sit down and say, you know what, we have to do something about gender inequality and discrimination. And countries will sign and ratify those treaties. And one of them is the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, which South Africa signed on 29 January 1993 and ratified on 15 December 1995. Who have heard of this treaty? Can raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. There we go. So our starting point, we need to read this treaty and understand what it talks about. Because this country is a signatory of that United Nations treaty. Following on that convention was the Beijing Declaration and Plan of Action of 1995. It follows on the convention, where countries spoke about how they will report on the processes and systems they're putting in place to eliminate gender discrimination. I was reading somewhere that South Africa has since submitted 2 reports. Both were very late. Very, very late. I think the last one was submitted in about 2009 to report on the steps and the systems and the process that the government has done to eliminate gender discrimination. And then you heard about the Bretton Declaration yesterday. The organizations that you see listed there have signed it. And if I were to ask somebody who's in softball, have you heard of the Bretton Declaration? There's somebody who's in softball. Where are you? Have you heard of it?
What?
The Bretton Declaration. Is it discussed in softball? No, it's not. And we've got many more federations than this. So maybe one of the things that we need to do when you go back home is to tell our federations to sign the Bretton Declaration. Because we'll move 2 slides. Because the Bretton Declaration speaks to the things that are listed there. Equality in society and sport. Sport facilities that meet the needs of women. Mubitambu is a golfer, tells me that she goes to golf courses in the country and there are no toilets for women. So they have to find little bushes, and there are little bushes to relieve themselves. We have actually, SAWASF has written to SA Golf, and we have not got a reply on that particular issue. There are male facilities, yes, definitely. So this is what we should have started dealing with in 1995, after signing the Bretton Declaration. An increase in the number of women coaches, advisors, and decision makers in sport. I think we know that the number is very small of those women who are in leadership positions. And the unfortunate part of this is that with the Eminent People Group's report, they ask federations to do a self-evaluation, which means they will send questions to a federation and tell us how many women are in your executive committee, how many are in the office, how many women are in your teams. So that self-evaluation is not critical. It's a tick-the-box exercise. And they send back to government the information that they know government want to hear. They don't send the truth. And it's unlike labor law, where the Department of Labor goes to organization to check on employment equity. Why can't we do the same in sport? I don't think it's very difficult because we know we've got so many sport governing bodies at different levels. I'm retiring soon. I can take that job and do it very well. So if you know some people who, with influence, let them know that there are people who will do a thorough job on this, and we will fix this problem. So you can see allocation of resources for sportswomen and women program. America has just celebrated the 50 years of Title IX, which said that for any federally funded program, especially in education, what you spend on men should be the same as what you spend on women. So what happened in collegiate sport was that where they were spending 1 million on men's sports at a university and 250,000 at a women program, they had to cut the funds from the male program and plow it back into the women program, bring equality. But it took 50 years. It took 50 years for the United States Football Association to accept that women can earn the same as men, the women. It's only happened this year where there's an agreement that US women footballers will earn the same as the men. It took 50 years. So if we're going to wait for another conference to have this conversation, it's not going to work. It will not work at all. Because if you look at our program director was saying that I forget. So I'll come back to it. Our supreme law is our constitution, the Bill of Rights. We have read the Bill of Rights, chapter 2 of the Constitution of this country, passed in 1996. We haven't read it. Very few people have read it. And you can find it at CNA in a little booklet. You can find it online. It's important that we understand the Bill of Rights, which protects the rights of every person, especially Section 9, which says everyone is equal before the law and there's the right to equal protection and benefit of the law. So to raise your hand and say that this structure, this person is discriminating against me, it's your right. You're protected under the law. I've worked at a historically white institution for many years, and I've had instances where I could sense racism against me. And I challenged those people very nicely, agreeing that I was wrong, but taking exception to the following things and I spelled them out. And the response usually was, I could read, the person was saying, this man is saying I'm a racist, so I need to back down or I'll be fired. And they will tell other people that, hey, when you deal with that one, be very, very careful, think carefully. And the window of opportunity to deal with discriminatory act is opens for a very short period of time. If you don't deal with it immediately, it's difficult to bring it up later. So we need to deal with these things quickly, robustly, but we need to understand our rights. And our supreme law, the Constitution, is a very good place to start. And then we've got a couple of laws there, the Promotion of Equality and Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act number 4 of 2000. In April 2021, SAWASF submitted a comments to the amendment bill. This act is being amended. So we submitted a comments. In that bill, sport and clubs are mentioned once each in the promotion of equality and prevention of unfair discrimination. Sport, the word sport and club mentioned once each. So we've proposed a full section on sport and gender discrimination. Now, we don't know where that bill is. Like I said, government moves very slowly. We'll probably forget about it and it will get passed in Parliament without us being aware of what is in that particular bill. You have heard of the Commission on Gender Equality. We had good discussion with them, and we prepared a document to form a memorandum of understanding with them. They've gone silent. Then there is the South African National Policy Framework for Women's Empowerment and Gender Equality. This is supposed to guide departments on how to deal with gender inequality and discrimination. But as you know, nothing happens. To get into a good position in government, you need to have sucked up to somebody who then rewards you by giving you a position that you're not qualified to fill. Then there is the draft policy on women in sport. This one is problematic, and I'll tell you why. SAWASF commented on the first draft in 2019, I think. And we wrote directly to the Minister of Arts, Sport, Arts and Culture to say we have got a problem with this women in sport policy. 3 years later, there is a draft policy that is being sneaked to select people to comment on it. Yes. Now, that's the danger of relying so much on other people. So, when I went online just to check, one federation comment on the women in sport of July 2022. The initial one that Mditami sent me was dated March. So there are already comments being shared, but how and by whom? For example, I work for a university. Surely the university, there are people who can make a major contribution to developing this policy. But we have not been sent a draft for us to comment on. We're scratching our heads to see who can send us this document formally so that we're able then to make formal submissions. So right now, I think it will be very important to get hold of this document and get your federation or any other structure to dissect it and comment, because it seems it has been written by consultants. Whether they are actively involved in sport or not, we don't know. If you want something not to work, is you exclude those who will use it. Simple as that. Yes. So it is happening in this draft policy on women in sport. Now, how are we going to enforce lasting change in women in sport? Of all the people you will know in a lifetime, you are the only one you will never leave or lose. Of all the people you will know in a lifetime, you are the only one you will never leave. You can't leave yourself, you can't lose yourself. The question of your life, you are the only answer. To the problems of your life, you are the only solution. To the challenges in women in sport, gender, inequality, and discrimination, you are the answer. I'm adding to that. You are the answer to the status quo. You are the change that you want to see. I'm quoting Mahatma Gandhi. This is a statement from somebody, a woman called Jo Corbett. It is in a book called Advice from Failure. I want this book, I want to get it. I I want to see what advice is he giving from learning from failing. So my reading of this statement is that I'm actually the architect of what happens in my life going forward. Can't do very much about what is behind me. Even when I'm driving cars, we look back where we're coming from through the rear view mirror. But 90% of the time we're focusing on what is happening in front of us. So I want to speak to me. And I want you to say that this message is to me. Please say it.
This message is to me.
Yes. Because as far as we know, we humans are the only intelligent species in the universe because we are its consciousness. We are the consciousness of this universe. We can make a call on what is wrong and what is right. We can decide to remain silent or to speak up. But our lives revolve around us. Now I want to give you an example of the power of one. The power of one individual. This young girl, Sarah Kavanagh, as she was drinking a Gatorade, she read and she looked at the ingredients. And she found that there was one called brominated vegetable oil, BVO, which was banned in Europe. And she started a movement to get Gatorade to remove that banned substance from Gatorade. Within weeks, she had a petition signed by more than 200,000 people, sent it to Gatorade. They acknowledged her that thank you very much for the information and went quiet. She kept on until millions had signed, and Gatorade acknowledged that yes, we're using a bad substance, we'll remove it. Coke also had to remove the same substance, and Pepsi. They didn't want the noise, the focus on them. So one 17-year-old woman, young woman, got 3 huge organizations, Gatorade, Coke, and Pepsi, to change the ingredients of their core products. And all she did was she was inquisitive. She investigated and researched. She made sure she was accurate with the facts. She conducted advocacy through the online petition. She reached to other people. She persisted when ignored by Gatorade. And she showed that knowledge is power. Now, what are the ideas of changing the world? You must seek knowledge. And that knowledge must come from diverse sources. Knowledge is the basis of everything in existence. I'm very bad with believing what I'm told the first time. Let me put it that way. I need to experience it. I once went to the Waterstool Botanical Gardens, and I see this nice waterfall. From close, it's very beautiful, but when I step back, I see that there are houses on top of where the waterfall starts. I said, no, man, how can there be a river on top of that thing? I was told that no, there are streams. But I had to drive on top of the mountain to go and find it myself. It could be I'm a doubting Thomas, but through that I learned a lot. Actually, go to a place I'd never been before. For me to track the fountain of that waterfall, I had to go to where I'd never been before. So I learned something about that community. Establishing routines. I remember how angry I used to be when my mom every morning said, "Did you make your bed?" "Yes, mom." Then she would go and take it and say, "No, you have not." Come, let me show you. She showed me how to make my bed. And up to today, I will not leave my bed unmoved. I established a routine. And if you Google, there's a general in the US was speaking to some students who said that the first thing he said there was that it's very important to make a bed when you wake up. It sets you up well for the rest of your day because you have not left your room in a mess. It's nice and clean, and you get out of there with a smile on your face, and the rest of the day conspires to make it a beautiful one for you, simply because you follow routines. And this is what John Maxwell says about routines. I can predict the long-term outcome of your success if you show me your daily habits. Just the daily habits. He says he can predict how successful you are going to be. And Craig Grushel says the potential of your leadership is a direct reflection of the quality of your habits. So when you make your bed, and this is what I do, I'll stand on the south side to make sure that the bedspread is straight. I'll check with the floor. If it's 6 inches, it must be 6 inches. Then I'll go on the other side and do the same. I don't leave it like that. And I plan how I'm going to dress the following morning. I don't have to take it out of the wardrobe, but I think about it. Yes. Because one of the rules of life is that how you look gives people that first impression of who you are. I think we know about it. So, for example, I chose not to wear a tie today. I chose not to. Now that I don't have ties, I've got hundreds of ties. Small and wise habits lead to effective leadership in getting things done. And getting things done, we have to think about things that we need to do. It just doesn't happen. Discipline is another key principle. And the discipline speaks to how intentional are we on the things that we decide to do. We once had a guest here from Australia who said, when you train your team, you're a coach and the team is training, do they train purposefully or do they just go through the motions? So, if you're going to attend your AGM and you receive the documents and other things that you need to read, do you take time to sit down and go through them and make notes? Check your constitution and the rules. Take them with you to the meeting so that when you participate there, you are well informed. You can only do that if you are disciplined. Finding one's passion. It's easy to be part of a group that has been sent by somebody to attend this conference. So you usually come because somebody said, no, there's a conference, come, let's go. It's very easy. But if you are not going to be passionate about some of the ideas that are coming from this conference, the actions that need to be done to make sure that the movement in women and sport change the lives of people, we are just wasting our time. If the passion talks to waking up early for whatever you need to do, sleeping late. Some of us have worked Saturdays and Sundays, and Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, for 7 days a week, simply because we're passionate. We had goals. There are things we wanted to achieve, and you can't achieve that if you don't have passion. And if you have just been rolling like me, I'm going towards retirement, so my life is on a slight slope. So I'm surely rolling slowly towards the end of my career. You need to find ways to re-energize yourself. Knowledge, networking, have a personal development plan, which can later lead to a professional development plan. And it could take you years to get to where you want to be. That's okay. That's all right. As long as every day you do better than you did the previous day. Because you're a little bit older, you know a little bit more than you knew yesterday. That's guaranteed. Taking the first step. You're going to be alone. And you're going to have to challenge that president of yours who has been there forever in office. And you know that what he or she is doing is against the Constitution. You have to raise your hand and say, I've got a different viewpoint. And this is my viewpoint. And the Constitution backs me on what I say. That first step will be very difficult. But once you pass that, the next steps will be very easy. And here's the thing about facts and opinion. I think this country is very excited by opinions of people. I know a mathematics educator who is a political commentator. Let me repeat. I know a mathematical educator, somebody who is not even a mathematician. He's an educator for those who are doing mathematics to go and teach mathematics in schools. But he's a political commentator in this country. Now, opinion is really the lowest form of human knowledge. So it's worthless. An opinion is worthless unless it's backed by facts. Even experience is worthless if it is not evaluated experience. Experience that has gone through the test of time. So I make the same mistake. With my junior staff members, I tell you, no, I know it from experience. And they don't say, where did you get that experience from? And I get away with it. But I should be able to say, I'm asking you not to do it that way because this is the experience I've gone through on this particular issue. It's evaluated experience. So let's be careful when we hear opinions from people and they tell us they've got the experience. Asking why 5 times or 6 times or 7 times. And here's why. Employees are not getting work done on time. Why aren't they getting work done on time? They're too busy chit-chatting. Why are they chit-chatting? They're trying to figure out what they are doing. Why don't they know what they are doing? I have not been clear with expectations. Why have I not been clear with expectations? Because I am not clear on the expectations myself. Why am I not clear myself? I have not asked questions, I have not asked the questions I need to, so that I have clear understanding. And the funny thing is that it's a second, it came back to the leader as being the problem. The issue is not people not being able to do their job and chit-chatting. The issue is that the leader themselves don't understand. Now, we emphasize what in most cases. What I must do. And I did it last Monday. I walked up Table Mountain. This is the what. And it's a miserable experience. It's a huge achievement for somebody like me, walking up and down in 4 hours plus. When you start climbing, you're just climbing for 2.5 hours. You're just climbing. When you start coming down, you're just coming down for another 2 hours. It's a horrible experience. Now, the how is that our preparation was not very good. We didn't have a first aid kit. At least we had walking poles, and that was it. And going up, though your upper body is warm, you're waking. Your head is very cold, and your hands. I should have worn a beanie because now I've got a head cold. So we didn't attach time thinking on the how part. And probably if I had thought about the experience afterwards, I would not have attempted the climb. But that's water under the bridge. So when we live here, we need to look more on the how. How are we going to do things? How are you going to change how you participate in your organization? Are you going to take the back seat as usual? How are you going to participate in meetings? That involves a preparation, a planning, and how are you going to be more knowledgeable and well informed? And the last thing I want to talk about is commitment. A commitment is an agreement or pledge to do something in the future. You are emotionally impelled. If you make a commitment, you're emotionally involved in it. It's an act of binding yourself. Before you make a commitment, think carefully. And what I heard yesterday is that people said things that sound like commitments. They sound like it. We need to move them a step further into commitments. And there will be consequences. There will be hard work when we make commitments to go out and change our organizations and our communities. That's an example of what commitment looks like. Hey Pig, I was thinking we should open a restaurant. I don't know, what would we call it? How about ham and eggs? No thanks. I'd be committed, but you'd only be involved. The chicken will lay the eggs, the pig will lose its life in the business of their restaurant. That's how you need to feel about commitment, that you're going to risk something. You're going to spend time informing yourself, researching. You'll find mentors. And this one thing I don't understand. The SAWASF website is open for mentors and mentees. And I don't think there's anybody who has said, I want to be mentored or I want to be a mentor. It's there on the website. Unless I'm not well informed. So being interested is on the highway, there will be a big accident on the opposite lane. And everybody going in that direction will be interested in that. Once they move past it, they forget about it. That's being interested in something. Being committed is, the law will not allow you, unfortunately, to stop and go and help. That would be being committed. So through the power of one, we can influence others, teams, and organizations. We become stronger and help others become strong as well. We build great teams with a vision. We build effective and efficient organizations. We change the world. So what next? Now I understand the Constitution. In our church, I worked as a leader under a very strict bishop. He had very poor human relation skills, but administratively he was sharp. One of the things that he taught me was that when you attend every church meeting, make sure you've got your Constitution and your rules. Because if there is any disagreements, you just need to check your Constitution and the rules. And you say the rule says the following on this, the quorum is this, and so on and so forth. So I've actually become the library of those who serve. If they're not sure of anything, I don't know why they just don't read the rules. I guess they're lazy. They call me and say, we have got this challenge, what should we do? And then I will check the proper clause and then say so. So we need to know our Constitution and rules. We need to have copies. We need to know the Constitution and rules of national and international federations. And the good thing about international federations is that some of them have got handbooks for the national federations. They have drawn up handbooks that have got lots of information that we can use to empower ourselves. We need to be aware of the laws and policies of this country. We also need to know the treaties, conventions, and declarations. Now, as I conclude, on a piece of paper, write 2 things that you want to commit yourself to for this year until this time next year. 2 things. You don't have to tell anybody about them. Just commit to 2 things that you will do and what will help in the fight against gender inequality and discrimination. And you are very lucky, I've got a short memory, so next year I won't even recognize who you are. I won't be able to ask you what happened to your commitment. Please remember 2 things. Remember that 2 things can get people to make efforts. So 2 things can get you to make an effort. If people want to get something, if people really want to get something, they will do something about it. If they want to get rid of something, they'll do something about it. However, without knowledge, if you don't have knowledge, if you don't have discipline, if you don't have tenacity, if we give up too easily, if we don't ask why, people do not know what they can get rid of or what they can gain. My assumption, making assumption is very bad. My assumption is that we now know, having attended this conference yesterday and today, we now know better, which means we know what to get rid of and we know what we can gain. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you so much. I will not even try to summarize. We really loved your presentation. I hope Alfonso will invite me next year. I remember places. What did you commit to? What did you commit to? So without wasting too much time, I'd like to call to the panel. Let's clap for him. Thank you, and thanks for taking the chair. Because we are going absolutely to the panel, may I call Marissa Langeni, Marissa Langeni, CEO of University Sports, to come and chair the panel. May she be joined by Lydia, COO of SAFA. May she be joined by Almutambi, founder of SAWASF, of course. And may they also be joined by Karabo, who by the sports lawyer has represented many athletes in legal matters. We'd like to hear from this panel, and of course, Dr. Rendal will also be part of the panel. And yes. Go for the panel.
Okay.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning. Are you ready for this panel conversation? Yes. This is going to get lit. I hope the panelists are ready. And we know that we're running slightly behind in terms of our schedule, but we will try and make sure that we catch up on time. We don't want you to lose out on your tea break. We know how important that is, because that's your networking session as well. I think Dr. Rilani has really set a very broad framework of what the legislation looks like, what black and white looks like on paper in terms of the policies, the legislations, the treaties that are already out there. The first thought that I would like to put to our panel today is, given what we have seen in the presentation, and with the experience that we all have in our various organizations, are organizations who they say they are? Because remember, from any organization, especially in sport and the way sport is structured in our country, national federations have an international body. That international body is affiliated somewhere, be it the International Olympic Committee, Commonwealth Games, whatever that structure might look like. So if these signatories go all the way up to the international bodies, in our environments and in our South African context, are organizations who they say they are? Maybe Karabo, being the legal eagle, I can start with yourself.
What a great discussion. I think I'm so touched by Dr. Nani's speech and presentation. You know, as a lawyer, you never want to commit, because you must be 50-50. Tomorrow, the same organization is your client. But like Munira said, I find that organizations are only who they say they are on paper. And you say a fish starts rotting at the head. And you need to take it, before you can look at the mother federations, SAFA, you need to look at FIFA. You need to look at the department in government. You need to look at our government. And we have great instruments. We have great vision. But do we have buy-in of the people who are in power? And I find not. And so it's no wonder then that SAFA has, also a beautiful vision, but they don't walk the talk, a lot of it. So in my experience, paper is there, but the buy-in from the leadership is lacking.
Walking the talk, I think there is one person who knows a lot about that. Tangi, your perspective on the same question?
I think organizations, they know about these treaties, but it's not working for them. So the best thing for them to do is to put them on file 13. and pretend as though there are no laws. I think we have a big challenge ourselves as women because of these treaties are our solutions. So Renali is correct, we are repeating what we said last time because we are not acting. We are not doing what we are supposed to do. And as SAWASF, we've done it. I mean, Renali said it. We write to any organization that is not implementing what is in the treaty. If this government is not doing what it's supposed to do, we will write to whichever department and make sure that we make them aware. But I think the power is within us, and the power is also with you guys to then say, whenever you are aware of something, let's lobby each other and support each other and make noise. But it starts with something. Reading. Know your policies. If you don't know your policies, you can't challenge what is yours. So let's make sure that we read, we consult. I mean, here is one of the lawyers. We have so many lawyers here. Maybe it's here. There are so many lawyers. Where you don't understand, consult. And they will give you more information about those treaties. And I think that's the only thing we have to do. Let's know the treaties, let's know the policies, and let's use them to our benefit.
Wonderful, thank you. You've just taken me back to a moment when I was a young 18-year-old at school. And I had tried out for the school play. It was Oliver Twist, one of my favorite books when I was young. And I knew the play because I'd read the book so many times, and now it was being put on as a school production. And I was like, I'm also a speech and drama person, so got to get involved. And we said, okay, we're going to go to auditions. And our music teacher, because it was the musical part of Oliver, music teacher just went around the room and he said, singing, non-singing, singing, non-singing, singing, non-singing, singing, non-singing. We said, okay, so you have to put up your hand whether you were a singing person or a non-singing person. And based on that, we were allocated the roles. And I didn't quite enjoy this experience. So eventually, at the end of it all, went out to the school hall, had a look to see who was given which role. Because there wasn't really an audition for this role, but we were given the roles. And I was given a very small, insignificant role, and I was like, I know the book cover to cover. And I went to see my English teacher, and I said to him, I'm not very happy with the role that I've been allocated. He said, yeah, but you guys had auditions. No, we didn't have auditions. I explained the experience that we had. And being lazy to do the exercise, he then said to us, he said to me rather, okay, so which role do you want? So I said, well, I think I can be Nancy, you know? And he said, okay, so who's been given Nancy? And it was one of my best friends. He said, okay, go speak to her. So he gave me the ownership of that situation. And I then had to go and speak to my best friend. Unfortunately, he didn't want the role, but because she was a lead singer in the school choir, she was given this role. And I had to take the ownership to have the conversation with my best friend to say, remember, this is matric, it's our last year of school, it's your last time to shine in front of your parents, etc. And I had to say to her, I want that role, because I think I'm best suited for it. So in these environments, what is ownership all about in sports? As a female leader, when you own the role that you've been given, what does that take? You are there currently, you're shining as the COO of SAFA. What is that like, owning that space?
Yeah, difficult question, but firstly, thank you, Dr. Molensi, for your inspiring speech. Always great to listen to what you have and, to share with us, and it's very educational. I think, these 2 days we've learned a lot. I think I took a lot out of what you had to say. And talking about ownership, it's owning up to the decisions that we make and the decisions that we take in this conference, also what is expected of you. Obviously, when you get into a certain role, the expectations, you've got a job description that you have to follow, but also over and above the job descriptions, you also have your own goals that you set for yourself, which are not necessarily linked to the organization, but the role that you have, whether it be mentorship, mentoring others to get in, or whether it be supporting other dancers, whether it be recruiting other females to join in this role, in an environment that's so male-dominated. You look into how do we get more females getting into the space, and it's not only about getting females into just administrative roles. Someone was talking yesterday to say sometimes as females, when they bring us on into boards, into committees, we end up being the secretary. And that secretary is not a secretary general who speaks for the organization, who's in charge of everyone else, even the chairperson, but it's the secretary to take notes. And I think we as women, we have to say no to roles that are not best suited for us. If you know you are strong in a certain area, you have to put up your hand and say, you know what, I'm great in finance. I know my finance, or I am great in research, I know my research. I think I'm best in these roles that you put for this committee. I'm best suited for this role as a researcher, or as a sport development person, or as a legal person. I want this position, like you were saying, I want to lead this play. It's about putting up your hands and saying, I'm best suited for this. Don't give me this because you think I'm not great at it, because maybe I'm female and etc. So as women, we have to own up to the positions that we have been allocated. People don't give us positions, contrary to popular belief. We don't get positions because we're pretty, or people like the way we speak, etc. It's because we've got the know-how. We are meant to be where we are. And I think when we own up to that you are there for a reason, it's when you start thinking positively about how do I change the space that I'm in, to make it better, so that tomorrow when I'm gone, I can leave a legacy for the younger women that are coming behind me, or whoever is coming to take up. What are the days where, when you come in as a woman and you say, I'm the first woman to do this, I'm the first woman to do this. Make sure you're not the last one. You have to say, I'm the first, but I will not be the last one. So you have to create an environment where other women are not only inspiring to be where you are, but they are empowering themselves to get where you are, and you're also inspiring them to believe in themselves. And also, so that tomorrow when you're gone, they can put up their hands and say, you know what, I can do that.
Wonderful. I love those nuggets of knowledge, because you can apply it in everyday life, in terms of what you said, that you work in an environment where you have to deliver a certain role, but you are also a person with your own vision, your own goals of what you want to leave as a legacy. Just speaking on legacy, I've always been amazed that at these conferences, if there's one person that's always present, it's Dr. Renan. And I think for people that are in this space for the first time, it would be nice to know, Dr. Renan, from your own personal perspective, why do you do what you do? Dami is not easy to work with. Okay, let's say that. But why do you do what you do in terms of promoting women and promoting this agenda? For you personally, what is this journey about?
How much time do you have?
3 minutes.
Well, it started many years ago when I was born by a woman. And she's 89 as we speak. In standard 2, She was a principal and a class teacher. So we're going to standard 2, just past standard 1 there. She chose to teach me. I was in a class and it was one of the most difficult years in school I had. I couldn't get dirty. So I've got my mom, I've got my sister, I've got a daughter, I've got many women who are close to me, aunts who look up to me. And I couldn't find any reason anywhere not to be supportive. To me, it doesn't make sense not to be supportive. It simply doesn't make sense to be threatened. What Lydia will not tell you is that we saw Lydia at a conference where she was reading as a student athlete in 2009, 80. And my boss and I at the same time said, we're going to get this one. And we only got in 2014 for a much senior position than we thought at the time. And she was just a shoe-in. No arguments, no interviews, just sat down, we talked, found that this is a very capable woman. And we also did it with another one. The team I was managing got promoted into the PSL, and I was tasked in finding the operations manager. And for whatever reason, I said, I don't want anybody who thinks like me. I'm very structured, and I'm used to university processes that are very slow. So I got somebody who had climbed Mount Kilimanjaro, driven from Cape Town to Cairo in Pajeros, a woman. And she had done more than 10 things that I could never think of doing. And I said, no, this is the one. Because there should always be a bigger picture. It's not just here. It's a long term. And the long term involves a lot of other people. So I commit. I think that's the answer. I commit. I commit to things. And I try to do it to the best of my ability the first time so that I don't have to redo it. It saves me a lot of time. I become my worst critic, never satisfied and comfortable with what I've achieved yesterday. Actually, I've achieved it yesterday. It doesn't matter now, going forward. It's a learning experience. So, by nature, I prefer to be in the background. I think everybody knows that. We are the worker bees. We work in the background. Because I think I know my role, my space, and why I'm needed, the reason why I get involved in things is not self-promotion, it's not about me. It's about leaving the world a better place for everybody else. Because I've got children, they will have children. What world will I leave for them when I'm gone? So that's one of the reasons that I get involved. I'm simply committed. I overcommit sometimes, but I'm getting to manage that. For example, Wednesdays, I don't have meetings. The whole of Wednesdays. It's a free day that I do my thinking, my writing, and so on and so forth.
Thank you so much, Doc. It's very clear that you cannot separate gender issues from issues of inclusion. If people want to be fashionable and speak about inclusion, then they need to ensure that part of that agenda of inclusion is the inclusion of women. And we cannot separate the two. So it's not just the agenda of women, it's the agenda of society as a whole. And we look forward to seeing more gentlemen. We've seen one of the moderators has just arrived. So we look forward to seeing more men also sitting at these tables and driving these conversations. Just in terms of what is happening on the ground, if we're saying that everything is already in existence in black and white, when do we get to a point of turning rights into reality? And what are the steps that we can take as individuals in this room from an advocacy perspective? Robert, just your perspectives.
Yeah, I think there's a need for more aggression. There's a need to put the foot on the pedal. Because, you know, I like to think as this conference and us meeting is a starting ground, it's a spark. But it will only have a doi effect or strike effect if we cannot take it further. Dr. Malosi spoke about, and we know it well, the US women now have equal pay because they moved from advocacy, speaking up, gathering momentum, to finally litigate. If it means that we have to litigate to be heard or to force the buy-in, then that's what needs to happen. I think we've moved past the stage of lobbying, we've moved past the stage of, you know, inviting the right stakeholders in the room. Perhaps it's time to take them to court. And you know, I say it with caution because I am a lawyer. I do benefit from what I'm saying. But in terms of in South Africa, where Banana wins WAFCON, they come back, they get prize money, we're happy, we celebrate. What happens next year when they come second place, touch wood, you know? Bafana was Lydia, with all due respect, knows, you know, the issues with South and many of these federations. They will always enjoy sponsorship running to them. They will always enjoy more screen time than Banana. So how do we trigger that? And I brought my laptop, but Dr. Mauzi did a fantastic job. We have over 14 instruments, from our Labor Relations Act to our Constitution, to the plans in place, to the draft policy. You know, the current draft policy doesn't speak about equal pay. The draft policy for 2022 has no provision on equal pay. It has in it, and it's some of the points that we touched on, which are important points, at least this aspect of it. It's got, I've highlighted here, sorry, I won't take up much time, because, you know, the problem is there's a popular script, there's a biblical script, we die for lack of knowledge. So we need to first know the knowledge, and then go to our government, go to our institutions, go to SAFA, go to, you know, label SA and say, all right, with these instruments, we're giving you a letter of demand, we're giving you X amount of time. Once we've organized ourselves, we're giving you X amount of time to act. You know, we've got so many corruption watches, say, so many of these institutions and organizations that are active, that say, we're going to stick it to you now. But fair and equitable representation of men and women in all events. Fair representation is not only man, woman. It also speaks to issues of equal pay. We spoke about capacity building yesterday. Capacity building as a measure and a means to drive and improve competence and make our structures competent. So I guess what I'm trying to say, part of the answer is that we just need a little bit of more power after these kinds of sessions, and workable solutions, real solutions. Part of it is taking an action in a means that hurts. If the only way we're going to be heard is going to the courts, then perhaps that's what we need to do as one of the steps. I'm not saying it's the be all and end all, but there are organizations and lawyers in the room who can put their hand up and say, well, my contribution can be legal advice, my contribution can be this. So yeah.
Thank you. Dambi's ready. Dambi's ready, so I'm
No,
not
I'm ready because of she just read a clause which also is not correct. And that's the problem of giving people who are not practitioners to draft a document. It says equal representation at all events.
Yeah.
So how do you then force people to be equal when they attend the event? We are talking about equal representation on participation. So those are the things that we need to actually scrutinize this document so that this document should work for us. She mentioned the issue around pay gaps. There's an issue about transgender. It's not in that document. It affects us. There's an issue about facilities which are women-friendly. It's not in that document. So there are so many things that are not in that document, but we are not being consulted as people who are practitioners, people who are involved in women in sport. The document is sent to federations where most of the leadership in those federations are men. And they don't want to do anything. All they will do, they will send it to you guys and say, comment. And then if you don't comment, they write back and said, we are happy. And that's what is going to happen in with this document if we don't ourselves start making noise about this document. But I just want to go back to the issue around advocacy. And I will give you 2 examples from my many examples. I joined the Department of Sports and Recreation in the early years, just after the Brighton conference. And I realized that our government is not doing anything out of the Brighton Declaration. So when I was in the interview, one of the things that I asked was, one of the questions is to say, what are you bringing in this organization? So I said, okay, fine. I would, if you allow me to create an environment for more women to participate in sport, I will do that. So I started SAWASF with no budget. But at that time, my main aim was to force our department to sign the Brighton Declaration. And they signed it. And they started actually encouraging all other organizations, your NOXA, your sports council at that time, to sign the Brighton Declaration. Then thereafter, I left the department. The minister who came on after Rendan was talking about, cancelled WASA. And at that time, we were challenging the Act of Parliament, which says women are not allowed to box, women are not allowed to do wrestling. So I left the department by then. I don't have support now of the structure, of the funding, and whatever. But I still identified few other women who can be with me to challenge that act. We did that, and by 2001, that act was changed. Women today can box and do wrestling. Why I'm saying this? I'm coming back to your point to say, what's your contribution? Your contribution should be wherever you go. If you see some instruments that can open opportunities for you and other women, use those opportunities, try and look around and look for people who could be with you to fight the cause, and make sure that you open opportunities for other women. Today, women in boxing is a big thing. This whole week, they are in Durban, they are busy actually workshopping programs on women boxing, but it is because of, at a certain level, some few women stood up and fight and made sure that those policies are open for women. And also the fact that our parliament, it can't have a constitution which have the Bill of Rights, and the same parliament, it can't then tell us that women cannot box. So that's what you challenge, and that's what we challenge and win.
Wonderful, thank you. Just to welcome the first Vice President of SASWA. She's arrived at a point where you've mentioned SASWA. Yesterday we spoke about how wonderful it is that SASWA has led in ensuring that there are amendments to the Constitution to ensure 50% representation at the highest body. But what we are looking for, Madam First Vice President, is that at some point that conversation trickles down to your members. As we've mentioned, when you walk into a SASCOC meeting, half the time you see the gentlemen in their green blazers. So nothing against green blazers, but there's a lot of gentlemen in green blazers and there's a handful of women. But it's starting to change. And the point is we should never give up and we should continue, because this agenda is far from being done. And the advocacy will continue to work in our different environments. Just in terms of trying to create an environment where organizations are more responsive to women's issues. Lydia, just some thoughts in terms of, even at the basic level, your local football clubs, how do we ensure that they become more responsive to catering for women and making sure that they support their women's teams as much as they support the men's teams?
Thanks for that. It's quite unfortunate, that in this day and age, you have clubs in the PSL, in the LFD, in ABC, Mozambique, etc., that do not invest in women's football. And it is taking the likes of CAF to make them commit to investing in women's football through the club licensing, because they had to go there and put a section that talks about investing in women's football. They need to be associated with the women's football, or they need to support a women's football team or club. And I say it's quite unfortunate, because for them to do that, it's not actually about them wanting to do it. It's because they want to participate in continental competitions. It's quite unfortunate, because women's football has grown in leaps and bounds with limited resources. Women's football has shown, the women in our football, whether they be players, whether they be in leadership position, they've shown the capability of elevating to greatness on limited resources, on limited budgets, on limited support. Imagine what can happen if the PSL clubs, the NLD clubs that are getting sponsorship from corporates that are still so much focused on men's football instead of women's football. Imagine what can happen if they take on a women's football club and say, you know what, not necessarily we're going to change your name and bring you in, but we're going to invest in you so that you can also elevate your greatness. Look at South African football right now. Look at Zambian football. What is carrying the flag of those football federations? It's the women. It's the Banyana, it's the Copper Queens. You look anywhere else in England, it's the Lionesses that are doing the greatest work. In the US, their men's football team rarely makes the quarters or the semis of the World Cup. They never actually make the semis. but the women have consistently won the Women's World Cup, have consistently won the Olympic Games, but they had to fight for equal pay. The women's football teams, they sell more jerseys than the men's football, but they had to fight, take their federation to the court before they can actually be granted equal pay. Actually, they lost that fight in the courts. It actually took a woman coming into power and leading the federation, and eventually, speaking to the voices with reason, to say, actually we need to implement this. So in South African football, I think it's the same. We need to identify people that can see the benefit of being associated with women's football. Slowly but surely, there are those men. Unfortunately, it's still the men in leadership positions. We need to identify those men. I'm sure 60-70% of them, they've got daughters, who might one day, they don't know it yet, but who might one day want to play football. So we need to encourage them to see the bigger picture, to think ahead of their times, to say, one day your child will want to play football. What kind of environment would you want your child to find when you are long gone and someone else has taken the leadership role? So we need to encourage these gentlemen in leadership positions, in the clubs, in the federations, wherever they are, in the PSL clubs, to think beyond. It's not only the women that should be taking this role; it's the men as well, because we know they're the ones who sign the checks. In corporate, it's the men that sign the checks on golf courses. They close deals in golf courses. They close deals in pubs where we are not, where you find that we are not, because they're having a boys' clubs meeting there. Where all these decisions are made. We need to tap into them. To say, hey man, tomorrow instead of sponsoring this team, can you consider sponsoring this women's team? I think that's something in SASO. It took one brave woman who thought, what, I shouldn't say this because I'll get fired. It took one brave lady who said, what, man, we're investing in my group. It's the men's football team, under 23. We're investing in this team. But men's football is getting so much investment already. They're getting so many sponsorships already. The men's football, they're covered. Why don't we go into the space? The space was what? Banyana, the Sasso League, untapped. It was very challenging, but it took, one brave woman to think the long term. It took a visionary leader, I would say, to think in the long run what would she like to see happening in that space. And she convinced everyone on the board to make the decision to invest in Banyana, to invest also in the Sasso League. And look where women's football in South Africa has come since 2009, when Sasso actually put their first rent into those two properties, Banyana and Sasso League. And they did not back down. What I like is the fact that despite Banyana not making the World Cup, despite Banyana not making the Olympics, on several occasions not winning Africa, women's AFCON, they did not back down. They kept going back and saying, what, man, there's something here now. There is something. Let's keep going. And they kept going until this year, where they reaped the fruits of their labor. Yes, Banyana has been to 2 Olympic Games. Banyana has been to the 2019 FIFA Women's World Cup for the first time ever. Now they actually got to achieve something that myself as a player did not get to achieve, as a manager did not get to achieve. But because why? Because someone believed in the team. And it's the same. If in Zambia, there are other people who can see, the quality of women's football in Zambia. I mean, it's these kind of things I see, the Zambian football, whether it be Green Buffaloes, whether it be Shikolo Polo, if they can see, someone in corporate can see, the long-term return on investment that they can actually get if they put money into those properties. This, the women's football properties will go far, far and beyond. I see it also already happening in Malawi as well, in Morocco as well. They're putting so much money into under 17s, So I think it's just about tapping into the leadership that is unfortunately still male-dominated. To say that, think long-term. You have to be a visionary leader to be able to see these things in the long term. And also in local football, it's the same thing.
Wonderful. I think it's quite clear that in the spaces that we occupy, you have to find a sponsor for the cause. And when I say sponsor, I don't mean financial sponsor. I need somebody that's going to make sure that they stand with you in the cause that you're trying to put forward in terms of gender. And then, as Katonga spoke yesterday on persistence, persistently keep on with the same message. The issues are the same, whether it was 1956 or 2022, the issues are the same. We've got to be persistent and we've got to be brave. Dr. Nadi spoke a lot about the power of one. And just before I asked the panelists to share their last remarks on today's panel, I've just prepped a short video just to further elevate the message of the power of one.
You have to really make sure you have control of the ball. You gotta look for somebody open and not stop your dribble, although I stopped my dribble.
She's competitive. She's very, very competitive. I'm trying to dictate the way the game goes, and she has her own ideas of how it goes, but she's a good point guard.
While playing point guard for her girls' CYO team, 9-year-old Riley Morrison from Napa, California, models her game after her favorite NBA player.
One of the most kept secrets in law in this country is what is called the equality court. It does exist, right?
Yeah.
The equality court. Any person acting in their own interest can take a case to the equality court, and so on and so forth, which means any issue, any form of discrimination can be taken to this court. But I've never heard of a case that has gone to the equality court in this country. So it's a well-kept secret from the citizens of this country that we have a tool but don't know about it, so that you can use it. My last comment is own your own thought and mind. Because once you own that, you get to be very observant, very critical. I've made a decision that it takes me about 45 minutes to drive to work. Rather than listening to news which is negative, then I listen to music that doesn't really add value to my life. I listen to podcasts on leadership. So every day in the morning, I invest on a podcast on leadership. And I'm learning a lot, and it is changing my life. So we need to change some habits. Throw out messy habits and pick up good ones. Once we do that, we'll see the bigger picture, and we will know how to deal with issues that crop up in our lives. Thank you.
Thanks. The video is ready now, so we'll just move back to video before we come back to the rest of the closing remarks of the panelists.
You have to really make sure you have control of the ball. You gotta look for somebody open and not stop your dribble, although I stopped my dribble.
She's competitive. She's very, very competitive. She's very, very competitive. I'm trying to dictate the way the game goes, and she has her own ideas of how it goes, but she's a good point guard.
While playing point guard for her girls' CYO team, 9-year-old Riley Morrison from Napa, California, models her game after her favorite NBA player.
Steph Curry. He's a really good ball handler, and I hope to be as good as him when I'm older.
When it came time to get basketball shoes, Riley knew what she wanted.
The ultimate upgrade. The ultimate upgrade.
As she and her dad checked the Under Armour website, Curry 5s were listed in the boys section, but not in the girls.
They weren't on the girls, and that made me disappointed. Boys aren't any better than girls. There's no difference.
She looked at me and she goes, Dad, that's not fair. I said, hey, why don't you write a letter to him?
So Riley sat at this dining room table.
Dear Stephen Curry, I'm 9 years old from Napa, California. I'm a big fan of yours.
And after figuring out some bullet points, she batted out a handwritten letter to Steph Curry.
It really just came from her heart, and she didn't want it to. She was never angry about anything, and she even said, she's like, I just think he doesn't know.
Did you think you had any special connection with Steph because of your name?
One letter I did write, my name's Riley, just like your daughter.
Riley's dad posted the letter on social media. It went viral. Then, on the morning of Thursday, November 29th,
I woke up, opened my phone, and opened Twitter, and I'm reading this letter, and it says, Riley, and it took me a few minutes, and I realized this is a letter from Stephen Curry to my daughter about shoes.
He said he was sorry that they had listed the shoes as boys, and that he was fixing the problem, and that he would send me a pair of Curry 5. I was shocked. I didn't know what to say.
She just kept saying, he wrote back, Dad, he wrote back.
Are these ones mine? Please? Yeah.
She got six large boxes of gear from him and multiple pairs of shoes.
This is amazing. And then on Christmas, there were two boxes that were from Steph Curry with the Curry 6s.
From Steph Curry. From Steph Curry. It's the Curry 6. It's the Curry 6. Oh my gosh.
That was unbelievable. I never imagined that this would happen.
There was even more ahead for Riley.
This was inspired by a fan letter that you got.
There's a girl named Riley Morrison who lives in the Bay Area. Obviously, boys and girls are inspired by what we get to do on the floor. As a part of International Women's Day, we had Riley Morrison design the sock liner in the shoe.
It was two basketball players and encouraging words around it. Be fearless, courageous, girls hoop too.
Rockin' Curry's ruined the game. She knew it was all kind of about her using her voice. And I couldn't fathom what it would be like as a girl to always have to buy something in the boys section and just accept it as a norm. But now hopefully that's changed.
What do you think you've learned from everything?
Just by simply writing a letter, you can change the world.
And you don't have to be rude, you can be kind and respectful, and it'll change it.
You don't have to be rude, you don't have to be anything, you can just be kind and write the truth. So back to our panelists on the closing remarks. Garabu?
That was powerful. I think for me, my big takeout is from Dr. Naozi's presentation. You know, at a very cellular level, at an individual level, there's a responsibility on us. Before we can pass it down to organizations such as these great organizations, before we can pass it down to federations like SAWASF, we are required to exude the excellence we want to see. And yes, there are so many ladies who are doing it. And it's sad that they have to be excellent to get half the voice or half a chance. But isn't excellence supposed to be the standard across the board, whether we're male or female? I just love that we're showing the boys how. But what I took is that at my own individual level, from even when I start the day and I make the bed, that there's something that I can give back and I can give to what I'm doing. So it's just living that purpose-driven life and not really wanting to pass on the back that it starts with me.
From my side, it's to challenge you guys, especially young people. From this conference, go back and check the constitution of your federation. Read that constitution and know it by heart, so that when the challenge comes your way, you should be able to quote from the constitution, and that's how we survive most of the time. But also, if that constitution, it doesn't cover you as a woman, again, the power of one comes in. Start challenging your federation in making sure that their policies or they should formulate policies that actually address women's issues. That's a short, I wouldn't want to preach.
I think for me, I'm going to put it down. I know that Dr. Moreen is going to remember me next year. I committed myself to reading all those bills and policies that Dr. Monawisi put. I saw quite a few that I had not seen, I had not read, to be honest. So I'm challenging myself. I'm asking you as well to challenge yourself, to put time aside so that we can go through them and know them, so that we can challenge what's in there, just like Osintangi and the likes are doing. I think it's a collective responsibility. It's not for individuals. We are all in this together. So let us all be the change that we would like to see.
Thank you so much. I think before I give my closing remarks, just to plant a seed with Zambi. We've noted how women's sport has really been elevated in different environments, and we must acknowledge the positive that has happened in those spaces. But I think sometimes I get the impression that when women are involved, something different has to be created. And maybe it's a topic for the next conference. Having worked in university sport now for a few months, all our competitions is university sport football women, university sport football men, university sport squash, whatever the case may be. My previous job at South African hockey has a World Cup. It's the FIH World Cup for men and the FIH World Cup for women. It's not the FIFA World Cup. Then, FIFA Women's World Cup. So I think there are some other advocacy work that still needs to happen in the spaces that we find ourselves in. But my closing remarks is that I'm very cognizant that we have a lot of young people that have put their hands up and have said that they want to sign up for this conference. They all have their own personal reasons as to why they're here. But what I want to say is, from a sports perspective, there's no team that is test match ready. Nobody arrives as a team to play a team sport and you are test match ready on day one. There's a lot of preparation that goes into it. There's a lot of work that goes into it. As an individual athlete, as an individual player, as a team member, there's specialist coaching staff that get involved in preparing those players to be test match ready. It just does not happen overnight. And the same with leadership. You take the first step to learn. We spoke a lot yesterday about education, read, ask the questions, the why, and take the time to really embrace the process. And as much as we are saying that organizations must be who they say they are, my challenge to you as leaders, please show up as who you say you are in those spaces that you find yourself in, because then you will be able to live your authentic self and to be true to the process of being a leader. With that said, thank you very much for your time. Thank you so much to our panelists, to our keynote speaker this morning, Dr. Renani, who really set us on this course of the discussion this morning. I'm hoping that you've enjoyed it. Sorry that we could not take questions from the floor as we did yesterday, but I do understand there will be an opportunity, Maureen, I'm sure, during the network session post this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Fando. Thank you so much, indeed. We'll find opportunities. Let's give them another round of applause. Yes.
I'm breathing in.
Beautiful.
We all are. Chest out, stomach. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And thanks for the summary that you did. Yes. Because of time, we're going to take a tea break for 10 minutes. Then we'll quickly go and grab those tea cups, eat what you need to take. And when we finish it back at 10 past, will it be 10? Let me check my watch first. 10 to 11. Let's be back at 11.
hear from Shuri Becca. She's a lecturer at the University in the United Kingdom, formerly from South Africa. She will be speaking on gender inclusive sports, research, policy, and practice. Immediately after speaking, just to save time, she will then move on to the chair to join a panel that will be moderated by Benjamin. And when the time comes, I will call the panel in. So we can save comments for now if we have any for later, as we did earlier in the morning. May we hear from Shuri. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. And I'm so pleased that you are all caffeinated and you all have snacks. So everybody should be happy and ready to listen to this work that I'm going to share this morning. But first of all, I would just like to say thank you so much for inviting me to this conference. I've had an amazing time and I've met some amazing people here, and I hope to definitely come back next time. So it is a real privilege for me to be here. So thank you so much. It's also a privilege for me to be here because I'm actually an alumnus of the University of Pretoria. I studied here, I studied human movement science and sports science here between 2006 and 2009. And I haven't been back since then, so it's been amazing to come back and see how much has changed here. It's really beautiful to be back. So thank you very much. Now, this is my title slide, and I just want to cover a couple of things. So yes, I work at the University of Bath in the UK now. Most of my research is sports injury prevention research, although I now focus very much on safeguarding and on inclusion and justice within sport. My pronouns are she, her. And if you want to find and follow me on Twitter, you can just find me at Shuri Becca. Today I'm going to be talking about gender inclusive sport, thinking about research, policy, and practice. And if we could just go to the next slide. When we get there, I would just like to there we go. So I'd like to acknowledge that the work that I'm going to be presenting today is not purely my own work, and I really do think that the best work that we do is the work that we do in collaboration with others, in connection with others, and in community with others. And so I do want to just recognize my co-authors here. So Dr. Madeline Pape, Dr. Payoshni Mitra, who is here, as you know, Dr. Ryan Stoll from Australia, and Dr. Seema Patel, who is also in the UK. And just to say to you all, I am sharing unpublished work with you today, but this work we are hoping will be published in the near future. And if anyone is interested in it, I'm very happy to send you a copy of this work once it has been published. So I will put my email up at the end of the session, and if you want to email me about anything, please feel free to do so. Good. If we can go to the next slide, but I'll get started. Over recent years, sports participation of sex and gender minoritized people, so transgender people, gender diverse people, and people with natural sex variations, has increasingly been represented by certain lawmakers and advocacy groups as a defining issue for women's sport. One narrative in such debates has been that women's sport will be forever compromised by making the female category competition inclusive of women who are not cisgender or normatively bodied. So making the competition category inclusive of transgender women and women with sex variations. So according to one organization formed with the express goal of excluding trans women from sport, they say we are talking about erasing the very definition of woman. Now, of course, I do not agree with that, and that's what I'm going to be talking about today. According to the New York Times, they are also putting this as a debate, saying we are stuck between two irreconcilable positions, saying that transgender women are on one end of this debate and that cisgender women are on the other end of this debate. And they say that sports administrators must choose between advancing the rights of cisgender women or those of transgender women and women with sex variations and gender diverse people, but we can't do both. Now, I do want to challenge that today because I say that we are all connected and all of our rights are connected and we need to work together for gender equity. So with the International Olympic Committee releasing the framework on fairness, inclusion, and non-discrimination, on the basis of gender identity and sex variations in November 2021, which sends the clear message that trans athletes and athletes with sex variations belong in the Olympic movement. Sports organizations need new ways of framing the benefits of inclusion. And I also wrote about this with my colleagues Ryan Storr and Dr. Anna Posberg recently in the British Journal of Sports Medicine. So again, please email me if you would like any of these documents. So in this work, next slide please, in this work we challenge the zero-sum logic that puts cisgender women against sex and gender minoritized groups. And so in our work, we introduce what we are calling gender inclusive sport. And we define this as sport that is inclusive and affirming and also safe for all women and sex gender minoritized people, regardless of whether their bodies, gender expression, and or identity align neatly with normative notions of the male and female binary. Next slide, please. So in this way, my work is always underpinned by a move away from a strict sex binary, so what I've called here sex binarism. And what I mean by that is outdated notions that there are only two sexes, male and female. Now, this is something that we all grew up learning, but of course the world is changing and our understandings are changing very quickly, and I know that this can be quite confronting to people, but transgender people, women with sex variations, and gender diverse people have always existed. They have always participated in sport, but have been forced often to participate in sport under the radar. And what our work would like to do is to make sports spaces safer and more inclusive for people to be who they are, to be themselves. So for me, we now need to move towards what I call a fuller and contemporary understanding of sex-gender contextualism. Or you could call this a gender-responsive approach. Again, sport that is inclusive of everybody. So just to provide you with a couple of definitions. So in this work, we use trans or transgender to refer to people whose gender identity does not align with the sex category that they were assigned at birth. And I use the term cisgender to speak about people whose, to refer to people whose gender identity does align with the sex category that they were assigned at birth. And I use the term sex variations when referring to people whose naturally occurring sex-linked traits do not reflect binary definitions. So I think in previous times we used to use the words intersex. You may have heard of differences of sex development, but again here our language is moving on to be more inclusive, and we now talk about women with sex variations. So we suggest that for sex-gender contextualism to be achieved, so for gender-inclusive sport to be possible, we need to realize gender equity. So our purpose is to move current research and policy and practice agendas that are couched in regulatory science, So those are those approaches that use particular science. We need to move that towards a more contemporary human rights-based approach. So I'm going to begin with a brief overview of policy debates surrounding the participation of transgender women and women with sex variations, particularly at the level of elite women's sport. And then I'm going to discuss what we suggest as being 4 principles of gender-inclusive sport as an alternative research and policy paradigm. So we say that we need to lead with inclusion, we need to decenter regulatory science, we need to increase access to community and youth sport, and we need to double down on gender equity. So with the aforementioned IOC framework, which asks sports organizations to prioritize inclusion while also ensuring equitable and safe playing conditions for all athletes, we offer these principles as a practical support for sports governing bodies wanting to go beyond the regulation of transgender women and women with sex variations as their sole policy response to this issue. So right now we have what we are calling a regulatory quagmire, meaning that there is this big, often positioned as a big debate, as a big issue in women's sports, and often positioned as a very, very difficult, contentious issue in women's sport. But really, I don't think it is that difficult. I think it has been made complex and made tricky by actors who need it to be complex and tricky. But for those of us who are focused on gender equity, it is the same kinds of issues that we've always faced. And so I'll discuss some of that today. So the regulatory terrain in which we engage in this discussion primarily concerns the participation, as I said, of transgender women and women with sex variations. But we also recognize the access and inclusion challenges faced by gender diverse people. So non-binary people, for example, we we don't often hear about non-binary participation in sport. And what does that mean for the future of sport? Our society has already changed, and sport needs to change with us if it is to remain relevant. So while there are important differences between trans women and women with sex variations, contemporary policy responses to and anxieties towards both groups of women fit within a long history of efforts to define the boundaries of what they might call the legitimate female athlete. So excellent reviews of this history do exist. I'm not going to go over them right now, but I will just mention the work of Sonia Erikainen, Kate Henney, and Lindsay Piper. Having said that, I do want to emphasize 4 key insights that I think are really important in understanding this regulatory quagmire. First, it's important to understand that sports governing bodies have long privileged a specific kind of science as the solution to the complexity of sex gender, while never succeeding in defining the boundaries of the female athlete once and for all. So what do I mean by this? I'm sure everybody has heard about controversies around testosterone levels and how sports organizations are trying to define us as women by our testosterone levels, right? And that sounds like something that is very scientific. It sounds like settled science done by scientists, but we have to remember, it's really important to remember that science is political as well. We know the history of this country as well, where science has been used to exclude people, right? And so we need to remember that science is political as well. So science, I'm a scientist myself, it's important. It's really useful to us, but it doesn't give us the answer, especially when it comes to issues of human rights. Secondly, such efforts are underpinned by unfounded fears about male imposters in sport and fail to fully recognize trans women and women with sex variations as women. So we're hearing these fears about men pretending to be women participating in women's sports. But if that is actually the problem that we're worried about, then that is something we can do, do something about differently. Transgender women are not simply men who are pretending to be women. They are women. Thirdly, regulations, so these kinds of inclusion regulations obscure the heterogeneity of women, including the diverse transition journeys of trans women and the diversity of women with sex variations and the diversity of cis women as well. We all have very different bodies, we all bring very different skills into sport, and this also obscures the many factors that matter to sports performance. We never talk about access to money and resources, access to high quality training, for example. That makes a much bigger difference in sports performance than simply focusing just on what a body might look like or someone's testosterone levels. And then finally, fourth, ideologies of protection are more concerned with shoring up the normative boundaries of white cisgender femininity rather than representing a genuine commitment to the advancement of women's sport. And what do I mean by this? So for example, if we look at the new regulations that the swimming body FINA has brought in, one of the things that they have now brought in is a scale that women's bodies are measured against called the Tanner scale. And the Tanner scale was developed in Europe, looking at white girls' bodies. And we know that white women and white girls have very different body types, right? And so that scale has a racialized outcome. So these are the kinds of things that, as I said before, science doesn't give us all of the answers. And we need to recognize that. So as the recent important Human Rights Watch report, which Dr. Mitra was intimately involved in, showed science-driven regulations have brought real and enduring harm to bear on women affected, which in the case of athletes with sex variations have recently been disproportionately Black women and women of color from the global South nations. So this report is incredibly important. It has a video associated with it that I really do encourage everyone to go and watch and to go and read. So a key assumption underpinning policies regulating the exclusion of athletes who do not meet normative assumptions or normative definitions, so those white female definitions of the female body, is that such athletes are often assumed to be universally athletically superior and larger than cisgender normatively bodied women. And as I said before, this obscures the differences between women's bodies. It also often takes ideas of cisgendered men and compares them to transgender women. And in this way as well, sports governing bodies have tended to look at testosterone levels as the presumed straightforward basis of regulating trans athletes and athletes with sex variations. But we know that there is not a clear relationship between testosterone and performance. Finally, the focus on inconclusive science has also neglected the legal and human rights aspects of this debate. Even if the scientific evidence was settled, and I don't believe it is, the exclusion of gender diverse athletes is potentially incompatible with law and human rights. Sports bodies are failing to pay attention to minority rights in their policies. Compulsory legal requirements to undergo medical surgery, medically unnecessary medical surgery, or hormonal treatment as a condition of sports performance contravenes fundamental human rights concerns, including human dignity, bodily integrity, self-determination, privacy, and consent that are enshrined within a range of international and, here in South Africa, national, as we heard about before, human rights provisions. Okay, so in the remainder of this presentation, that's kind of the background where we are at the moment, the kinds of debates we are having at the moment. I'd like us to move forward now to thinking about the 4 principles of gender inclusive sport. And here I'm just going to run through what I mean by each of these and give some examples of what we think we can do about each of these, some practical suggestions for where we might go with gender inclusive sport. And I would love to hear from anyone if you have any further ideas about this and how we might move forward. So first of all, leading with inclusion. We increasingly see regulations limiting sports participation coming into conflict with human rights obligations in various national contexts. For example, with World Rugby at the moment. And this also puts local clubs into a bind, because what I have found very often is local clubs actually do want to facilitate inclusion. Often they are already inclusive clubs, and now they are being asked to exclude people. And this hyper-focus on the regulation of transgender women and women with sex variations as the primary policy response to what they might call the problem, not my word, of trans and gender diverse people, has not typically been accompanied by meaningful efforts to support inclusion or wider gender equity goals, meaning that the primary message to such communities, gender diverse communities, is that their presence in sport, and I would add here, and this is why sport is so important, and their presence in society is not welcome. So a guiding principle for governing bodies at all levels of sport is to lead with inclusion. This means engaging, as we spoke yesterday, in a values-driven approach to policy making that takes the concept of gender equity as its starting point. Many sports organizations have a sport for all ethos and a commitment to harnessing sport as a societal leveler. However, there is often a mismatch between those stated values, as we said yesterday, those policies on paper, and policy responses to transgender diverse and athletes with sex variations. And so this in practice then leads to a message of exclusion. And it's always really interesting to me, I published a paper last year, these organizations often have safeguarding policies in which they say they want to keep everyone safe. And the same organization has an exclusion policy in which they are excluding minoritized groups. And that is a real tension within sports organizations. So there are considerable benefits for trans and gender diverse people from engagement and participation in sports, particularly from the point of view of mental health and social support. For example, when trans people and gender diverse people engage in regular inclusive swimming events, they can experience feelings of liberation, increased self-confidence, relaxation, and motivation to do more exercise. And doesn't that link with our goals of physical activity promotion? And we also know in the case of tennis, LGBTQ+ inclusive spaces and clubs can increase social capital and feelings of social cohesion and inclusion. And given the high rates of discrimination, depression, and suicide in trans and gender diverse populations, this is an increasingly important topic. So many sports organizations are now recognizing the importance of inclusion, and the very first principle of the IOC framework is inclusion. Sporting environments, they say, should be welcoming to people of all gender identities, and people should be able to participate in sport safely and without prejudice. So in practical terms, inclusion-led policymaking could mean rolling out education initiatives aimed at providing stakeholders with the language, because this is something that I come up with, right? The language is often changing. We are concerned, we don't want to offend, we don't want to say the wrong thing, so often we are worried about engaging in this conversation, right? But if we recognize that we are all learning and we create safe spaces where maybe we can make mistakes, right? And to be very honest, I've made very many mistakes myself too, but we have to be willing to accept when we've done that and to move on and to learn and to do better next time, right? So creating that kind of safe educational initiative is incredibly important. So language, data, and practices. We need a sport-wide policy on diversity and inclusion, and maybe we can update that to say justice, as we were talking about yesterday. We need to incorporate protections into safeguarding and anti-discrimination policy. We need to establish diversity and inclusion committees, and we need someone at clubs who is responsible, a responsible person who is the representative for this kind of work. This will ensure inclusive language in organizational documents and things like participating in Pride Days or International Transgender Day of Visibility. Okay, the second one, decentering regulatory science. So to date, the dominant research response by feminist scholars of science and sport has been to look at the science that exists and to critically analyze those scientific bases. So that is the research priority up until now has very much been to unpack the assumptions within the appeals that are made to science by sports governing bodies and showing how the science falls short of defining what a woman is. And this work has been really important, but we also feel like we need to move beyond this work and we need to very much focus on, as I said before, human rights and legal approaches. Such work will still continue to be important, but the knowledge that we have and the knowledge that we can create can support the proactive pursuit of gender-inclusive sport rather than focusing on exclusion. Rather than focusing on ways to exclude, we think that the science needs to move towards focusing on ways to find inclusion. Next, investment in community and youth sport. So there has been significant discussion within policy and scholarly circles related to what we call the trickle-down effect. So whereby elite sport has success and we expect that to inspire a younger generation, right? Especially around physical activity and elite performance. And short-term empirical evidence appears to attest to this ability of certain forms of elite sport to inspire the masses. And so if we extend this logic to the participation of trans and gender diverse athletes, what might we expect to be the wider impacts of policies aimed at limiting or banning certain groups of people, requiring them to medically alter their bodies or to normalize scrutiny and subjective application of invasive and intrusive testing? We know that this can have a harmful effect on those communities. So there is enormous potential at the community and youth sport level to foster inclusion, particularly given the lesser emphasis on and perceived need for regulations stipulating science-driven criteria for inclusion or exclusion. Much can be learned from community and youth level clubs. I work a lot with non-Olympic sports that come to me in the United Kingdom, wanting to implement gender inclusive policies. And as I said before, these sports very often are already inclusive, right? That is what they value. That is what their participants value about that space. People want to go to sport to be with their friends, to enjoy the sport that they do, to enjoy their bodies in that space. And so what I'm finding is grassroots sport does not want to exclude, right? And so I think we need to build on and to work with that. So we need to consult with local level athletes in order to understand their needs. We need to consult with the people who are working with those policies. They need to develop their own policies. And we can learn from and co-develop best practices for inclusion. And we can identify and hold up champions of the sport who work around gender inclusive sport. So we say that gender inclusive sport is community building work. We can do this together. Again, because this topic is so controversial at this point in time, that coalition building where we all work together for gender inclusive sport is really, really important at this point in time. Doubling down on gender equity, finally. So I'm sure a lot of you might have heard now that, this term fairness that's often used, and it has become quite controversial. And it's been frequently raised in debates about the participation of trans and gender diverse athletes. Fairness, however, is also one of the guiding principles in the IOC's framework. So, like the term a level playing field, fairness is a bit of a vague word. We don't always fully understand what that means, but it does have a shared value, and it was also hard to define in practice. So this ambiguous, fluffy concept has recently been put to work to advance various political agendas inside and outside of sport. And we think that an alternative framing, rather than talking about fairness, it's more important to double down on gender equity in women's sport. So in the United States in 2019, 23 women's rights and gender justice organizations, including the Women's Sports Foundation, jointly stated in support of trans athletes. So they said, we will continue to spend our energy combating the actual problems facing women's sport. Stereotypes about women's and girls' interests and their ability to compete, lack of equal resources for girls' sport, pay inequity, and other types of discrimination against women athletes, women coaches, any professional women working in sport, and of course the problem of sexual harassment. These are the actual, real, and documented problems in women's sports, as we've been speaking about for the last day and a half. Transgender people and people with sex variations and gender diverse people are not a problem in women's sport. They have been made into a problem by a political engine, and that distracts us from the real work that we need to do in women's sport. So watch out for that distraction. Really watch out for that. Our biases, I think, do come to the fore, and maybe there is a bit of fear because of the unknown. We might think that we don't know very many trans people, for example, right? And so if we work on those biases and we make sure that we don't fall into that trap of distraction from the real issues in women's sport, and if we stay and work together, I think we can go much further. So an alternative to the zero-sum gaming that puts transgender women against cis women is to double down on addressing the pervasive and persistent ways that gender inequality continues to undermine women's sport. Importantly, there are opportunities to identify common ground between the causes of gender equity and gender inclusion. Ideologies of binary sex differences are a key factor hampering the pursuit of gender equity in sport, and the medicalization of women's bodies through sport has harmed all women's bodies, or all women athletes, and from policing the boundaries of the legitimate female athlete to the exclusion of women on alleged medical grounds. So the proactive pursuit of gender-inclusive sport could be an opportunity to create benefits for all women. All right, finally, I'm just going to end with how we might think about moving towards gender-inclusive sport. So sport at this moment finds itself at an apparent crossroads. How will sports organizations and stakeholders respond to the call from gender-diverse athletes to support their right to participate in safe and welcoming sports environments? How will the pursuit of gender equity be meaningfully advanced? And we need to start from an assumption that we can all work together. So what might we learn if we choose to engage in the question of sports differently, and what might we gain from conceptualizing women's sports as a radically inclusive space? Sports organizations have the potential to play an important broader role in the larger project of creating inclusive and tolerant societies. Several countries are experiencing a considerable backlash against the advancement of trans and gender diverse rights and inclusion. In the US, and I will add in the UK where I'm based, women's sport has been taken up as a defining issue by various conservative organizations and right-wing organizations who oppose the free expression of sexuality and women's reproductive rights. So sports inclusion is connected to other issues like reproductive rights. Sport has always been political, but the imperative for inclusion for trans, gender diverse, and athletes with sex variations is not about politics. It's about acceptance, safety, and the possibility of living well. So I want to invite interested scholars and administrators and athletes and activists and anyone who is working in this space to embrace the challenge of gender inclusive and equitable and justice-driven approaches to sport as a vision for research and policy and practice and sporting cultures that take us in new directions. So thank you very much, everyone, and I look forward to our discussion.
Thank you. Wow, this very thoughtful and obviously well-researched points that have been raised as a human rights lawyer and sitting here and listening and thinking there is indeed much more to the topic that we need to pay more attention to. Thanks so much. Let me just, I suspect that there will be a lot of questions on this, but we will not take them now. We will wait for the panel and we can ask them as part of the panel discussion. For now, I'm inviting Benjamin, our newsroom sports anchor, to come and moderate. He shall be joined by, and I'm inviting them to come, Randle Simelani, who's the SAWASF first vice president, Dr. Mitra, who's the Global Observatory who's the CEO for the Global Observatory for Women in Sport, to please come and join, and Dr. Nontanta Mkumbusi, Ndobi Sport Founder, to come and join this panel. I leave the time management to the moderator, Benjamin Lisholo, to manage this panel and the time related to it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies. And I saw a couple of gentlemen around as well, so good morning to everyone. And thank you so much for this opportunity here this morning. I think when I got the call to come and moderate this specific panel, when I got the call from Alsintabi here a few weeks ago, I agreed immediately. I don't think she had to call me again with the answer, but I can tell you that after the call, I thought to myself, what are you doing? Because it was, for me, a very heavy topic, a very sensitive one, which required every bit of research, and you need to be exactly. I was trying. You need to be an expert in the topic or the subject, and I knew I wasn't, and I said to myself immediately afterwards, you know what? Perhaps it's an opportunity to learn, and I have the privilege of, on a daily basis, talking about a lot of sporting policies and challenging policies, and talking about those who make policies. And perhaps we, as the media, sometimes like to act like experts when we're not. When we are are supposed to be driving conversation. And perhaps our job is not to be experts, and the experts are the ones that I have the privilege of sitting next to here. So please bear with me. I am, as a lot of you will be today or this morning, learning a lot about the topic that we are engaging on here. And maybe first just introduce the panelists here with me. Cherie Baker, you have heard speaking for the better part of the last hour or so. She's a lecturer and researcher at the University of Bath. Loni Milani is from the South African Sport Confederation and Olympic Committee. Thank you so much for being here with us. Piyush Mitra is also here. Dr. Piyush Mitra joining us. She's from the Global Observatory for Women and Sport. And Dr. Nonhlanhla Mkhumbuzi from Intombi Sport, or Ntombi Sport, as it's put. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. I think, Cherie, you have covered the bases quite a lot as to what we'll be talking about here today. And the elephant in the room, in the global room, so to speak, has been in the past year, and it comes up whenever there's issues of Olympics. We saw the 2020 Olympics belatedly in 2021. Again, the issue of fairness. You spoke about it quite a lot in your presentation. Fairness, inclusion. But there's always been questions over whether fairness and inclusion can coexist, can live on the same sentence. And you've done some extensive work to show that perhaps it can. And you spoke about politics, you spoke about science as well, not necessarily giving us everything that we need as far as athlete performance is concerned. Let me start with you then on the far side there, talking to us about fairness and inclusion. The simple answer you have on whether they can coexist.
Yes, I believe they can coexist. But I also do think we hear fairness and inclusion and safety as three things that people are talking about a lot. And I do think that they are red herrings, or they are distractions from this conversation of gender identity. But the short answer is yes, I think they can coexist.
And do you think we have perhaps undone ourselves as those involved, stakeholders in sport, in trying to scratch our heads over this particular topic? Is it even something that we should be asking? Because my observation is that whenever issues of fairness and inclusion have to be spoken about, it always involves women. There's never been a time where it's asked whether there's fairness, whenever there's issues of men's sport, or whether someone should be included, whenever there's issues of pay disparities. It's always women who the question is always around women's sport. Should we even be engaging in that, in as far as looking at whether we have done right by women in the past?
I think you raise an incredibly important point. Why is it always only women who are regulated? Why do men with high testosterone not get regulated for, being too much? And I think this is very much a mechanism for keeping all women small. The moment you are too much, the moment you win too much, the moment you are seen as not, being too much of a woman, then you get regulated. So yeah, I think this is actually, this is clearly a feminist issue, but this is a way, I think, of patriarchal ways of keeping women small and regulating women. So, yeah.
Ronnie, you are part of the politics that she was talking about. Because immediately we talk about SASCOC, then we talk about the Olympic body, we talk about whether they align themselves. Sorry. The alignment with the IOC and the policy frameworks that are designed by the IOC. And one of the things that the Olympic Committee has been challenged a lot in the past year or so is that they seemingly have treated this issue as a hot potato. We are going to leave it to the federations. We're going to leave the swimming issue to FINA. We're going to leave whatever to whoever. What is SASCOC's stance when it comes to that? Is it because it's a political body, are they supposed to be taking a more firmer stance when it comes to issues of gender inclusivity and all of that?
I think I'll take us back to politics one, where they would ask us what is, the negative sentiments around the term politics itself. But I think with SASCOC currently, I mean, we have transitioned from having a women in sport committee to having a gender committee, particularly to try and focus on all matters that encompass gender. And we have found increasingly so as well that a lot of the issues that are always discussed disproportionately affect women more than they do anyone else. So for us, it made logical sense. But I think it's a difficult stance. I mean, the IOC's previous stance actually measured 3 requirements, which was that your testosterone levels have to be at X percentage, that you have to have had your gender marked in the particular identifying documents of your particular country, and all of those types of things when it was trying to navigate the space. We do feel it is a bit of an easy way out to leave it to the federations, and we're finding great difficulty in implementing it in South Africa as well, because federations will come to us, hey, we've got this, and then our stance has to be, but what's your IF saying? And lots of the times the IF in itself is silent or confused.
So we just leave it to that.
Exactly. So I think, so I think for us it's not good enough, and we are with our Gender Commission putting together a study group to try and have a South African position on the matter, which we didn't have. And I think one of the greatest failures in the past on the issue of Custer, which is not a transgender issue, yes, but it is a sex variation issue, is that she didn't have a South African position to lean on in fighting for a lot of these things. And we think it's critical to have that. And to have that, we feel that there needs to be an amalgamation of the science talk, all right, because there are those who want to speak about the science, and then the political side of it, which is a human rights issue, and putting it together and making it implementable by our sporting organizations. And I think that's the gap that's been existing. And I do think if we do achieve that, we'll be one of the only Olympic committees that will be even looking to stamp a position in that nature and to find an amalgamated way through that. And we've included in our Gender Commission, individuals from NGOs that deal specifically in transgender issues in order for us to drive that.
Let me bring you in here, Piyush. You have been an advocate for perhaps the abolition of sex testing, if I can put it like that, in women's sport. Just talk to us a little bit about that and what the work that it has required in terms of the Global Observatory for Women's Sport.
Thank you, Henry, for asking these questions. I would, if you don't mind, I would really like to add to a few things that I heard from Sherry and Ronnie. I'm really privileged to be here, first of all, and thank you to my friend Nandi to keep bringing me back to South Africa. It's special because it's also, that is an endless country. and I have the privilege of being part of her case. To add to the question that she asked Sherry about why men are not sort of, asked these questions, I was wondering, what about when the international federations and the Olympic Committee realized that most of the sprint events were won by black athletes from different parts of the world, often from North America or other parts of the world. There was a similar kind of anxiety as to, is there an advantage? And that was something that eventually probably sort of gradually went away, and people started embracing athletes, black athletes. And even if the 8 out of 8 final sprinters are black athletes, today we are not asking that question anymore. So we are probably at that stage of this discussion where we haven't yet reached that situation where everyone, like Sherry spoke about today, the idea of inclusive sport, the idea of embracing everyone. We are still not there on this issue, but we might be there. Now, this also points to an idea of exclusion, the history of exclusion in sport, which we cannot deny. When there were 8 among 8 black athletes in the final of the sprint event, people did feel anxious that something is being taken away from male white athletes. Right? At this point, we are seeing a different kind of anxiety about something is being taken away from women, often white women, as Sherry rightly pointed out, but something is being taken away from us. So this anxiety, and therefore this idea of exclusion, of othering, is very much part of sport, and we cannot deny that. We are talking about inclusive sport today, we are talking about inclusion today, but that hasn't been the history of sport, which is why our task is even more difficult, because we started very late. The society has moved on. If you look at the South African constitution, it's way ahead. How does, and this is another question that maybe you will have to deal with. I mean, if you are not, these IFs, the regulations that international federations, for example, the World Athletics have, how does that, is that acceptable by law in South Africa? So we have to look into national jurisdiction and see whether the IS, the international federations, what they are saying, different things in different cases. We are saying something, World Athletics is saying something, but are these implementable in all countries? Because some countries do have very progressive laws. And one of them is where I'm sitting right now.
So in other words, the law of the land, does it agree with the frameworks or the policies that are designed by the IFs? It's not necessarily always aligned. It's not always the situation where the IFs, because I mean, if someone's sitting in Switzerland and designing a policy, it does not necessarily mean in South Africa that is legal. That's simply put.
And this brings us to the idea of autonomy of sport. And this is a big conflict. We keep talking about it now a lot in Europe, where most of these headquarters of these international federations are, sadly. That's another history of Eurocentric sport. Sport governance has always been based in Europe, and therefore these policies have mostly been created by people from Europe, even though these has a huge impact on the entire world. So that's there, but the idea, constantly, these sport bodies try to talk about sports autonomy because they want to stay away from these human rights conversations in the context of national governments and the UN raising these conversations. So we are coming back to this very important topic. It is a fight everywhere, whether the national government has more say on sport or what is happening, what sport is doing, or what the federations, the national federations, sometimes the international federations of the Olympic Committee have more say. You know? And it's interesting that the IOC also want to hold on to the autonomy of sport and treat it as a different field outside the national jurisdiction.
Dr. Natanza, closest to me, let me bring you in. You are the founder of Ntombi Sport, and from what I could gather about the organization, it's very Afrocentric and has the sort of mantra of come as you are type of thing. We as Africans should be allowed to compete as we are without any alterations. Please talk to us about this.
Thank you very much for having me here. Thank you for inviting me. I think that notion of come as you are or go as you are, for that matter, comes from us trying to be very inclusive. And I think right now, I'll use numbers because I'm a researcher. I'll use numbers so that people understand why it's important for us to come as we are. 6% of global sports science research is done exclusively on women and girls. 6%. And 30%, approximately 30%, includes them. That means 70% of these policies we're talking about, of these strategic frameworks, of whatever it is that we're talking about, 70% of the time, we are not even including women's biology. So we're using data that does not include women, yeah? And that's global. But when we break it down, 80% of all of this research is done in the global north. So that is rich, educated, democratic countries, high-income countries. And just 20% of research is done in the global south. So now imagine 30% of research includes women and girls. Just 6% is exclusive to women and girls. And of that, only 20% is done in the global south. And if you break that down, that means only 1% of this research is done on women and girls in the global south. So 90% of the time, more than 90% of the time, decisions, policies, budgets, laws that have an effect on us, laws that tell us that we cannot compete in that, we have to compete in this way, have nothing to do with us. Because the data that was used to make that decision, the science that was used to make that decision, 90% of the time did not include me. And the challenge is that from a clinical point of view, I'm a clinician as well. From a clinical point of view, when I decide that this is the best way of treating my athlete, I'm using data that did not consider my athlete when it was generated. And when I say my athletes, I mean they are black female, they are white female, they are Muslim, they are Christian. That data does not include their geographical region, it does not include their socioeconomic status, it does not include their sexuality, it does not include their preferred gender, it does not include their sociocultural circumstances. And the result is we have ultimately policies and laws that are trying to fit square pegs into round holes. And that's where Ntombi Sport comes from. That we cannot continue to exist in an environment that isn't made for us. We are trying to create a treasure trove, if you can call it that. We're trying to create data, we're trying to generate data that is specific to our circumstances. So that when our policymakers, when ministries make budgets, they know what it is that we need. The circumstances of transgender athletes are different from the circumstances of cisgender athletes. But as I was breaking that data down, it is not just women who are not represented. it is women, it is people with variations people with sexual variations, it is athletes with disabilities, it is indigenous athletes. All of those marginalized groups are equally underrepresented. So all of our data, most of our data that we have, represents a hegemonic white cisgender male from a high income country. And then the rest of us, 80% of the world's population, we are just supposed to fit into that, and it's supposed to work for us. But as Dr. Lindani said earlier, the fastest way of making sure that something doesn't work is to not include the people for whom it is supposed to work in the decision making and in the generation. So for us to be truly inclusive, for us to have truly inclusive sport, we need to acknowledge that the data set, the basis upon which we are making all of these decisions is faulty. We need to acknowledge that the data that we're using to make these policies that have an effect on my life, that have an effect on another athlete in Panama, another athlete in the Philippines, we need to acknowledge that they are not represented in that data set to start with. We can't be making whole-scale, largely sweeping decisions on a biased data set. We talk about how this amount of testosterone is too much. For who? When did we test it? On whom did we test it? Where did we test it? For us to be able to say, this testosterone is too much, whom are we? Do you know the average testosterone levels in South Africa? Do you know the average testosterone levels in the Philippines? So what basis do we have to be making these decisions? So we need to ensure that we have the information that we're using, at the very least, reflects our whole population, that the sports bodies are going to use, the information that the federation has and that they're using, does it reflect their stakeholders? And I don't think we're there yet. I don't think we're there yet.
So basically a blanket approach has been adopted throughout the world for everyone with different, we're designed different. We have even different diets throughout the world. We don't eat the same in Africa as Europeans eat. We don't, even in South Africa, even in your own house, you don't subscribe to the same diet as your neighbor does, but the rules are made such that everyone has to align by the same thing. Sherry, let me come back to you. And you spoke a lot about science, and I'm very interested in that, because one of the things you said is that it does not give us everything. It does give us something, but does research agree that transgender women have a physical advantage over cisgender? Is there something definitively that we can say without any fear of contradiction like that?
Yeah, so I think this is the kind of science that the kind of question that we want to ask, right? To know whether or not there are some sort of performance advantages. And quite often when we talk about performance advantages, we are talking about physical size or muscle strength or testosterone, for example. And no, science is not conclusive around that, precisely because there haven't been studies with transgender athletes. I mean, we know of 3 or 4 transgender athletes who have been to the Olympics. It's a tiny, tiny population, talking about, data that just doesn't exist. So we do know that there are some people who will say that there is some science that exists, and there has been some done, but quite often that science is done with transgender people who are not athletes. And so we can't just compare that in an athletic population. population. So I think, these are the kinds of questions that we ask, but we also need to ask, what makes sports performance, right? And it isn't simply only about muscles and body size. It's also about access to resources, access to training, access to money. So athletes in the global north, right? The global north has been quite dominant in sport because they have so much access to all of that. Or think about Australia, which has, a lot of money to pump into sport compared to South Africa, for example. That can be seen as a performance enhancing, substance, money. So I think these are other questions that we need to ask. It isn't simply about physical differences. It's also about access to resources.
And I think we're very lucky that we are on the hallowed grounds of the University of Pretoria, a very proud institution when it comes to South African sport. I don't think there's anyone here who is not aware of the contribution that this institution in particular has made, the HPC in particular to South African sport. And that brings me to my next question. It's a perfect way to segue from what you were saying, Sherry, to what I want to ask Noni, in terms of not only believing or thinking that the physical aspects will be advantageous to an athlete's performance. There's also, like Sherry says, access to facilities, and that is where an institution like this has come in. I could mention, and all of them, unfortunately, are not coming to mind right now, that have come here, utilized these, and made sure that they represent South Africa with distinction all over the world. How do we make sure that that is not the drop in the ocean in terms of spreading the resources and facilities and coaching around the country more, and SASCOC in making sure that that contributes to inclusion, not only the science that has to do with the physical body, the making sure that the facilities and the coaching is there throughout the country.
Yeah, I think when we talk about athlete development, we talk about it in very different phases. So yeah, having institutions like this that contribute to the creation of a complete athlete or a medalist in our terms, is only just one part of that development. I don't know, the USA CEO might tell you, the sports bursary environment is quite a competitive one. All right, so a child still has to come in with some sort of development that they got at the federation level before they can even compete for, a sports bursary at an institution like this, for example. So I think for us, it's about looking at it at the different phases of development. Unfortunately, it's not our mandate to build infrastructure. All right, that is the management that is the mandate of government, but it is our mandate to advocate, for the establishment and the creation of facilities for quality sport performance in the country. And I think it is a lacking notion right now, because the notion has largely been about moving athletes out of their communities into spaces that have facilities, which is not what we would want. We would want for facilities to be based in the community you are in, instead of always having to be removed to go and make use of facilities that are outside of your community. So we definitely do have that advocating notion that we do have to, inspire equality as much, but we are also not an island outside of the coast of South Africa. We are living in the most unequal society of a country in the world. So the problems of our country are going to, naturally be the problems of sport in itself as well. So I think even when we look at sports development, we also have to look at, how we are navigating the spaces of transformational development as well, and how is it that it's not just children in the elite schools and who can have access to institutions like this, which is not going to be something for all athletes. And I think we have to be, fair about that, because some people can only come here and afford to come to an institution like the University of Pretoria with a bursary. And let's say the University of Pretoria in your particular code is giving away 30 bursaries. All right, the girl in Kharagua is not going to be the first 20 most of the time, because the girl down the road in St. Mary's might be. So those are the discussions that we have to have, and have to have a transformational lens on it as well. So it's not just an athlete development issue, but it is an issue of understanding that we are South Africa, and we will suffer from the challenges of South Africa in general.
One of the things I've always believed in, or always said in my work, is that I am not interested in the number of black faces or the minority group in that particular sector. Let me put it like this: the number of black faces in a 15-man Springbok team, the number of black faces in an 11-man Proteas team, but I'm more interested in the number of black children getting access to proper training, proper facilities where they are, right? You've often found that for a black child to even get a look in, just a sort of a trial for Proteas selection, they have to go to St. Stephen's, they have to go to Hilton College, to King Edward, right? If you go to Sierra Marina in Soweto, you are less likely to have any chance. If you haven't gone to Craven Week, when it comes to rugby, there is little to no chance that you will ever wear the green and gold of South Africa and represent the Springboks, right? So for me, it is the same thing as if you want to be a top athlete who wins the world championships when it comes to the track, or any track and field athlete who does not have access to the HPC or does not have access to something similar, you are less likely to make it in just South African tracks, let alone global events, elite events. Let me come to you now, Kirsten. They talk about transgender athletes only being allowed to take part in elite sports only if they haven't gone through full male puberty, or if they started their transitioning before the age of 12. What's your take on this?
I think this is a question for the medical doctor. But I think the questions we are asking are contradictory in a way. You're talking about inclusion when it's about issues concerning women in general, issues concerning race in general, but we are at some point we're talking to be as inclusive. I think, why is it that we are drawing a line, not trying to draw a line as who is, whether a trans child is allowed to play in the girls' section? Why are we bothered about this? On one hand, so we are not happy to be inclusive on this case, but we are really promoting inclusivity when it comes to other cases. So there is, I feel, some kind of hypocrisy there, which we must address and ask ourselves. To answer your question, I think it's really important also to understand that there is a diversity within trans people. Even if you're looking at their physical ability, there is a diversity in the very population of trans people. There is a diversity within the group of women with sex variations. I mean, the moment you talk about it, there is one or two athletes who have done really well come to your mind, or you were here, would come to your mind, right? Because she's one, because she's really imposing. So the other thing then is the focus of our sport and historically, and also because of its commercialized and corporate sport, has been on winning, on the podium. Who's taking it to the podium? I can't let that kid come to the podium. That is going to take, he's going to take away, she's going to take away my money, my medal. So I think the focus has been so much on winning on the podium. The question you asked, Wandali, right before me, was such an important question of access. And that's the main question of inclusion, not this question. Because there is so much diversity in each of these groups. And there's so little research, as Sherry just pointed out, that there is no answer. I mean, within the trans women's group, the question you were asking, whether transition before your puberty, whether you transitioned after your puberty, whether you have had puberty blockers, which is something not available to most trans kids across the world. Again, another question of resources. There are so many questions. There's so much diversity within these populations and so little science. I remember sitting at Duki Chand's case. I've been in Court of Arbitration for Sport for 5 days during Pennsylvania's case, but also before that, for 4 days in Indian athlete Duki Chand's case. And one question was asked to Aini Youngquist, Professor Aini Youngquist, who has been a medical commission chair of the International Olympic Committee for a long time, now retired. And to that answer, he said that the history of sex testing policies is a history of ignorance. This is a man who headed medical commission of the IOC, who accepted that it's a history of ignorance. There is no clear science. And if you think about elite sport, which is what mostly interests us, it's all about outliers as well. Why are we not willing to accept one child over another? Is something that I think is really important. Your question had the answer. There is diversity within the trans population. Then how do you have a standardized regulation for each of these different people? And that brings me back to what Sherry was saying about distractions. This is a distraction to the issue, to the real development of women's sport. What federations, international federations can do for women's sport and what they are doing. FINA, for example, and I'm sorry, my friends here from the Swimming South Africa, FINA, for example, there were so many allegations of sexual harassment in swimming across the world. What was FINA doing about it? Did FINA take action as quickly as they did in case of this particular transgender regulation? They didn't. But it makes them look very gender equal by taking this step. It doesn't really affect human people. There's just one swimmer you can name who people in the US were bothered about, who was not even swimming in the international standard. She was just in NCAA Division 1, right? So what are you saying? That this is the fact that you said that this is not the defining issue of women's sport. We need to make women's sport safe. Girls and women should not be experiencing sexual harassment in sport. Girls and women should have access to women's sport. Girls and women should have equal resources, as Dr. Renali talked about this morning. Equal resources should be available to them. These are the real issues of women's sport. We are distracting ourselves. We're being distracted by people like Sebastian Coe, who claimed that my responsibility is to protect the integrity of women's sport. No. If that is the case, you must take care of all these other parameters, other indicators in women's sport. The IOC talks about equal participation, equal leadership representation, equal portrayal of women, equal resources for women, and safeguarding in sport. These are the 5 important issues that the IOC themselves have come up with. These are the issues that we need to focus on, not the distractions, because what we are looking at as a threat is not a threat. There's only one swimmer you can name, and that's Leah Thomas, and she has not even competed internationally.
Okay, Dr. Notaka, we are gonna have to step on it a little bit here for fear of time. But you spoke earlier about those who make policy perhaps not being, not doing research for everyone who's affected by the policy, right? But is there the right people taking part? Forget the subject of the research, right? The people themselves who are taking part in designing policy, is it the right people?
Well, I wouldn't go so far as to say these are not the right people, because I don't think I am qualified to say this person is right or wrong.
Can I put it differently? Do we have people who are experts in the subject taking the important decisions with regards to it?
What I can say is we have lack of representation of the diversity of people who participate in sport. So you have a particular group, largely white, male, cisgender, from a high-income country, who are in sports governance, who are making these decisions. Okay, so we have poor representation of people from low and middle-income countries. We have poor representation of women in these decision-making bodies at the highest level. We have poor representation of transgender individuals at these decision-making levels, of people, of athletes with disabilities. So we have poor representation of the variety and the diversity that makes up the world of athletes, recreational elite, or at any level. And the result is, because you have a particular group of people who perhaps without any undue intentions, or with no malice intended, are going to make decisions that are informed by their lived experiences. My lived experiences as a Black woman from Africa would have an influence on the decisions that I make, on the policies that I make, on the things that I consider as important. Similarly, if we have an athlete with disabilities, they view the world through their lived experiences. They view the world differently from the way I view the world. So if we have diversity at these levels when making these decisions, we are likely to then get the views of people who are affected. If you have transgender athletes at the table when you're making these decisions, they will let you know what their lived experiences are. When you have women at the table, they will tell you what their lived experiences are. But when we exclude these groups and you have just one group of people making decisions for everyone, designing policy for everyone, those policies are less likely to be sensitive to or to acknowledge the lived experiences of everyone else.
All right. Loretta, I'm going to give you this bite because you are here in South Africa on a daily and you get to see and observe and perhaps be an outside commentator when it comes to how all the stakeholders should be behaving and are they behaving the way they should. The media drives a lot of conversation around the country, around the globe. How should we be behaving when it comes to issues of inclusion with regards to women's sport in the country?
Yeah, I've got a lot to say about that. But I think I do want to touch on the points raised, around the issue of if they haven't gone through puberty. I think it was even more than a distraction, because legally in lots of countries, you're not even allowed to sign, to medically transition before the age of 18, and our country is one of those that have that law, and you have to go through an unbelievably rigorous legal process to be able to do it before the age of 18. And I don't know if there's lawyers in the house, they'll maybe tell me, it is basically signing a contract that you just simply cannot fulfill, because there's no way I can transition before puberty legally in a good majority of countries. And on whether right people are there to make the decisions, I think with sport, as leaders within sport, we reach a great point of relief and release when we realize that we own this thing that is sport, right? We're the custodians of it. But the greatest measurement of how well we're doing is how well we give it to people, all right? And I think that is something that we don't, notice a lot, and we want to own and hold. But my job is actually to just give it. I need to develop sport, I need to disseminate sport. That's the purpose. That is what our acts will say, that is what our constitutions will say. So if I'm not successfully disseminating sport, then I'm not doing a good job of sports leadership. But it doesn't need to be experts, it needs to be people with the intent to guide the discussions. I'm by no means an expert in gender, but in terms of generational mix in our leadership structures, I was the one who's like, but guys, there's an entire world happening out here that you're clearly not, noticeable of. And we obviously do not have that capacity as the board. We need to set up committees of experts to assist that. And it's not because we were experts, it's because we had the intention to find the answers that we know very well we do not have. I think with regards to the framing, the CEO took it out. I was at a SASOL event the other day with Lydia here. And I was like, what is the WAFCON? Who's playing the real AFCON and who's not playing the real AFCON? And those are terms that largely are created by the media. And, the definitions of, female athletes or women athletes as these, conquerors of, you can't believe you're so good. So why can't you believe because I'm a girl, I'm not supposed to generally be so good. We're always shocked at the achievement of women athletes. I mean, we just came back from the Commonwealth Games and we came back with 27 medals. 14 of those were brought by women. It cannot be a discussion where we're like shocked. But whenever you report, it's always shock at, there's a woman sitting in a position on this board. Wow, let's make, a wow moment of it. But I think we don't speak a lot openly and effectively about our excellence. We went to the Olympic Games, it wasn't what we hoped it was, but the people who brought medals for us were women. So I just think it is definitely something you have to be firmly cognizant about. We're sports people. Sport has a reliance on excellence. You can't win a game. There's no draws. Someone must take a cup, right? You can take draws and long leads or whatever, but the final needs to be won and lost by someone, right? Which means there has to be a denotation of excellence. There has to be a denotation of somebody who is superior than the other team. If I have to use a terrible word, such as superior, but do you report on us as custodians of excellence in sport? Because that's what we've done. All we did was go play our sport. We didn't overcome anything. Why is it always the shame discussion? Tatiana swam, got a world record. Bridget did. She swam, she got a world record. She beat everyone in the world, she's great. Let's leave it there. There's no discussions now about how she looks in her Speedo and all of these discussions. She swam, she beat everyone in the world, she beat the record, she's excellent. Leave it there.
Yeah, I did say that you've got quite enough to weighted members of the fourth stage. We're out of time, flat out of time, ladies. I'm going to ask just each of you, I'm going to skip one Cherie, and the good doctor next to me here. I'm just going to ask you, just in a minute, your closing remarks.
I'll just say very briefly, I think we're playing a very dangerous game when a majority group tries to regulate a minoritized group. And that's what's happening. And yeah, dangerous game.
I think Sherry mentioned lead with inclusion, and Cornelia in her speech as well sort of talked about leading with inclusion. And we heard Dr. Ngozi talking about the lack of inclusion in the data and in the people represented. I think it's also about the talk and how we change the leadership and how we make sport at the international level more inclusive, people in the governance more inclusive, and that will have a trickle-down impact on the rest of the organizations. So the IS is doing something on the framework, which on one hand I understand leading into the IS is, but talking about something really holistic, something where they're talking about whether there is a disproportionate advantage. Don't presume advantage just because someone is transgender. Don't presume advantage because someone has a level of testosterone. Is there really an advantage? So these are the questions the IOC is asking, and I'm sure that will have a positive impact on how SASCO and SASCO's gender committee that you mentioned will make its decision. And that's the positive impact of what at the top, if someone does something positive, can have. And that's what would be my last comment.
Doctor?
I think my last comment would be reflective of my bias as a researcher, and that is we need to make our decisions based on evidence, and thus far our evidence is flawed. Thus far our evidence does not represent everyone, especially minoritized groups. So we need to develop the evidence base that reflects the lived experiences and the athleticism of minoritized groups. We need to reflect them in our research practice. That way, they can be better reflected in policy, in budgets, and in whatever else we do for reform.
All right. Ladies, I think we can take something from each of you and everyone in here has picked up something when it comes to this issue, and we all have something to contribute in whatever part of the circle that we form when it comes to transgender sport, when it comes to inclusion in women's sport. I think we all have a role to play as stakeholders. And I've always said that sport is about only two things: great comebacks and the story of the underdog. And women have always been treated as the underdog, and they've proven time and time and again that they can provide the headlines, and they, more often than not, do provide the headlines. Thank you so much. My name is Benjamin Leshoro, and I truly appreciate this opportunity given here. Thank you.
Thank you indeed, Benjamin. Wow. And thanks to the panelists, really thought-provoking, informative. We are not doing this very well with time. Just hang on a minute. Let's see. I suspect we want to, yes, the photo first, and then, yeah. We didn't take, as they said, please let me take a photo. I'll be speaking over the process. We didn't take questions for the previous panel, and I have a very deep suspicion that we do have a lot of questions for this panel. And we are at that point of lunch. We are yet to take the resolutions and the report of the conference, and we should be ready for lunch. Let me test the temperature, the room temperature. Between you and lunch and these very interesting topics, what is the feeling in the house? How is the temperature? What is your tolerance for proper engagement with the issues before we eat? The good news is that after lunch is the end of the program. So it's not a situation where, yes, I do get concerned, though I know some people due to medical conditions, they need to be hydrating and eating more regularly. I am aware of that. But let's see, by show of hands, let's see people who have a very big interest for questions. Let's take first for this panel. I see a hand. I see a second hand. Going. Speak now, we shall forever hold your peace. I saw two hands. Any other hand? Let's go with those hands. Please, Goma. You're quite far. I hope the mic will reach you very fast and likely about this side. Thanks. And yeah, for me, the big takeaways from this panel is there's much more to the story than what is presently being presented. That basically, especially the point about there's a very deep concern when people, I'll rephrase it. Women only form 6% only of the research topic, and only 30% were been spoken about, and yet the great majority of people who are pronouncing on these things are not even part of the research, investigating, etc. And then there's much more to performance than stereotyping into an issue of testosterone only. And then there's not enough science, even for that matter, reliable science, we can even talk about on these topics. And there is much more that that contributes to people's ability to perform higher, social cultural issues, access to health, education, structural issues, poverty, class. The topic is much more complex. Okay, thanks. Okay, for the thanks. The issue is much more complex, and I dare say also the need to steer clear of sensationalizing the issue, because it's so much easier. It's a big topic from South Africa. Yeah. And therefore the world is certainly very interested. For me, it's certainly the first time I've had a more sober, if you like, discussion of the topic, really sober, discuss away from emotions, but from data, from research, from views, and a very, I must say, objective moderator. So let's take the question.
Thank you. My name is Mashudu. It's my first time to attend a conference like this. It was quite an eye-opener, and the topics that have been shared this morning really stimulated a lot of thoughts in my mind. And the question I have for the panel is, with all these questions and all these issues that are being raised, do we have an action plan to address them?
Okay, let's take the next question. The question will be addressed again. Yes, is there an action plan to address all these complexities that have been put on the table? Yeah.
Good day, everyone. I think most people remember me from yesterday, but if you don't, my name is Razi. I agree with most what the panelists have talked about. One thing I do have is a comment. Sport, as it is today, is very likely like the military. We seem to operate under the don't ask, don't tell policy. And funny enough is that if you look at women that play sport, very diverse actually, sexuality, their identification with gender, they've always been very diverse, but for some reason, we've always shied away from such topics.
Yeah, I think
we've always shied away from such topics, and I think it's actually time that as they women here sitting here today and those around the country and the world, we start talking about such topics and not be afraid of the cis white male from the countries that have the resources and all that, that most of them are very old. They are about to die. They will die in a few years to come. Are the custodians of the sport and the world. Let's not be afraid of actually challenging the policies that are there and actually make change that will benefit us and the future generation that comes after us, because they won't be here to safeguard and gatekeep this policy they have and the sport that they think belongs to them. So yeah, thank you for the interaction and playing such a role within sport.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. No, thanks. Panelists, the last one was a comment, basically encouraging for you to continue and to do the research, the talking, the narrative, the stories around this, and not worry about the old men who will soon die. The first one is the question, who, and maybe to put it differently, who bears the responsibility for actioning? What is the future? For saying the path ahead, knowing what we know now, at least we know what we know today. Yeah?
Hey, that's awesome. I think for us it's simple. We have to start with understanding. I mean, when they tell you that when you develop a policy, you have to answer a problem. And I know we don't want to call it a problem and everything we've heard here today. But we have started with the establishment of our Gender Commission. After that, the Gender Commission is currently in pursuit for funding to set up a study group that will be able to guide our position. Now, our difficulty in the political landscape of sport is that we don't even have continental support for some of the ideals that we are placing. We'll be one of one or two African countries which would support it. I sat at the ANOCA's Zone 6 meeting some 2 or 3 months ago and raised that because disproportionately, as they said, they're coming from the ones affected by the regulations from international federations are coming from our continent, and specifically more so in our region as the southern region and then as the SADC region. So we have great difficulty in that, and I think that once we have defined our position through the guidance of the study group, we're then going to have a very long and hard task of advocating it in the continent around the people who make decisions and who make sports governing decisions, and to also take it internationally. For us, it's not adequate to leave it to national federations. We do believe that we have to have a position from which they can base their thinking and their ideals from as the confederation or the mother body of sport in our country. We do not want to leave it to our specific national federations to define their own things, because that's when we then open the parameters for exclusion, when we give them a little too much opportunity to come up with their own bright ideas. So I think it is definitely critical for us, and it's an ideal we've advanced on, and we've started on it. We are hoping to get the success in putting the funding in place to get the research done and to have an authentically South African position, and one that hopefully our African brothers and sisters will contribute in going forward, because we are disproportionately affected far more than, I'm not saying none, no others, but it is disproportionate. And we find that to be important, and for us, we're not going to take the ISC direction of leaving it up to our members.
Thank you so much. Yes.
I'll just add a few things, having now been in Lausanne, 15 minutes walk from the ISC. I'm aware that the framework that the ISC came up with, which has we have some of us do criticize it for its impracticability, but on the other hand, it's quite a progressive document, talking about primacy to bodily autonomy, talking about involving stakeholder consultation in the process of policy formulation, talking about inclusion, non-discrimination, talking about no presumption of advantage. These are the different principles, to name a few. and also independent evidence-based research as one of the principles. So the IOC has a rollout plan of its own, but as the head of the Global Observatory for Gender Equality and Sport, and we haven't called it, we have changed the name from Women in Sport to the Global Observatory for Gender Equality and Sport. We do have inclusion as one of our key issues, and because we are based out of Lausanne, where you have many of these international federations headquartered, some of whom do have some kind of regulation, some of them don't, and ideally would have liked to follow a guideline given by the IOC, and that's what they have been done historically, but at this point are at a loss as to how to go about it. So the Global Observatory has an action plan to sort of bring together experts from across the world and sort of also carry on with the conversations with the IIS and help in their policy formulation. Which I hope will have some impact at the national level once if we can have some impact at the international federation level as well. It's a huge task, but we can't stop trying.
Thank you, excellent. Thank you so much, panelists, on that. And I assume there are no more questions. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, very kind panel. Yeah, you may take your seats. I appreciate it. Oh, thank you. Yes, thank you. Yes.
and training, mentorships. Maybe we need to begin a buddy system where those with experience buddy those who are learning and journey with them. We need to identify those sports organizations that are struggling with the challenges that we discussed and get them to realize they can't do it on their own. SAWASF run conferences and leadership training in provinces that will require partnerships with public and private institutions.
Just check the screen and you'll.
Move on to the next one.
Yeah.
I think we are there. Now we're there. No. Now we are at the same point. Move on to the next slide. SAWASF to run conference and leadership. We've tried this before, but we don't get responses from provincial government, from municipalities, and from federations. We send out letters to inquire whether we can come and do some training. We don't get any feedback. Establishing systems, processes geared to promote equal pay for equal work. We need to develop a framework that will guide government. We need an online database of treaties, laws, policies on gender equality. We had one on the SAWASF's website. We'll pick it up, clean it up, and put it back on the website where we summarize most of the laws and the treaties and other things that the government has signed that is not known to those who practice sport. We need an independent scorecard system to track gender-related transformation. The EPG is fine, but it's a self-evaluation tool. Federations evaluate themselves, and I think they're biased. There's conflict of interest. More research on gender-related issues. I think the last panel spoke about that. Identifying different ways to share and communicate information, policies, procedures. Establish process, bring men and boys into the discourse on women and sport. That came up on a number of occasions yesterday. And also, we've got the Department of Sport, Education, Social Development, and non-social development does something for early childhood and the elderly and women and children. We need to find a way, we need to influence how government brings resources together from the different departments. Local government have got white elephants facilities that are not being used. They're used for funerals and weddings and other social gatherings and not for sport. Then we need to open the debate on gender-inclusive sport by building awareness, sensitizing, mobilizing, advocating, lobbying, and influencing. That will require conferences, seminars, webinars, and things like that. And then we need to define the data set that is relevant to people of South Africa so that information being used is reflective of the nature of the athlete for whom it is meant. That's the message we got from the panel. I've learned that whenever I decide something with an open heart, I usually make the right decision. Maya, Angelo, thank you.
Can you check if you have covered
Yeah, the information is all over the place. We will consolidate it. The report will be loaded on the website of the conference, and we expect everybody to share their ideas and add where we missed issues.
Yeah.
Thank you for the information, for your participation. It does help define what SAWASF can do over the next year or so.
Thank you. Let's thank Doc for all that hard work. Thank you so much.
Walk away with this thing.
And at that point, I also call out Tambi to come forward for the next item on the agenda.
Okay, the next point on the agenda, as SAWASF, we got involved with the US Women in Sport Foundation in their campaign on Title IX. And I know Rendani yesterday, it was today, he spoke about that. So we are supporting that Title IX as SAWASF, but also we then put up a recommendation. So what I would ask our technical guys is to play a little bit of the video from the foundation, and then I would indicate what SAWASF is saying about the Title IX.
Title IX is one of the most important pieces of legislation of the 20th century. It is a law that speaks to the importance of gender equity in this country.
I pledge to fight for equity and justice. I took the pledge for the next generation. I pledge for women's rights. I took the pledge for women, equity, and disability. Will you take the pledge for me? Would you take the pledge for us? Why will you take the pledge? Go to demand9.org to sign the pledge today. For women, athletes, and disability. Will you take the pledge for me? Would you take the pledge for us? Why will you take the pledge? Go to demand9.org to sign the pledge today.
So that's the statement we are putting on. Actually, we've already sent it to the campaigners, which would actually it is including IWG, it's including Women's Sport International, and a whole lot of other organizations. So our position as South Africa, we are saying we do have all those policies as Rendani have presented. But what we are demanding is that Title IX must be a global initiative driven by women's global sport advocacy bodies, global sport ecosystem like your Olympic Committee and the UN in addressing the issue around gender equality in sport, which will include the issue of funding of women in sport, the issue around equal pay, promotion of women in decision-making leadership positions, and equal opportunity for all and more. So that's the so that if it is actually a UN policy, it would be much more easier for governments to then actually implement. But we might have to actually add on that Title IX, which is more US focus, but then make it more about the global village. So that's the campaign that we are starting now. We will be putting this campaign to you guys, for you guys to support that campaign so that this becomes something that we can actually, because of they are now celebrating 50 years of doing the same thing, but at least now it's achieving. And I was saying to Marisa earlier that in the US, as Rendani was explaining about bursaries, that when you give bursaries, you can't give a rugby team more money than a women's team of the same sport of rugby. So again, when there is budget allocation, especially from government, we need to make sure that that money is distributed equally to sporting codes, but also to women and also to men's sport. So that's our campaign. So please support this campaign and actually make sure that we throw it viral. Is that fine? Okay, you want to comment? Okay. No, I know it's coming to you guys because we will be expecting also SASCO to assist us in this campaign because we want equality for everyone. And that campaign will be doing that. Okay, so we are running towards the end of our day. We have gone through over our time, and I'm happy that you guys, as you did yesterday, you actually kept on moving with us. And you are not what? What did we say yesterday? So in closing, unfortunately, friend was supposed to be here and she's not feeling well. She was in hospital yesterday, so she couldn't. And today she realized that she can't actually survive to drive here, so she won't be here to do the closing. So I will do the closing for you guys. And in closing, and I think we had 2 days of discussions. We have 2 days of singing. Why don't we sing first? Yes, yeah. Thank you so much. So what I will do to start thanking, I will thank, and I think I should start with our conference team of SAWASF, because this was not an easy conference after 2 years not having the physical part of the conference, but also to actually work on a hybrid conference. And I think we need to thank our SAWASF team. But once we are thanking our SAWASF team, we wouldn't have made it if it wasn't our technical team and marketing team. And this team, NAS Consulting, they are the ones who are doing all the work on social media and make sure that our hybrid is a success. And thank you so much for doing all the good work. Sia, where are you? No, the other Sia, the videographer.
Oh, she's outside.
She's outside. So Sia used to do videos for us whenever we have conferences, and she will take pictures. And because of now we're dealing with this hybrid conference where everything is packaged in the hybrid. So we couldn't actually take also Sia to do the work. But Sia decided on her own to say, Mama, I will still come and do work for you because of my passion. And that's what Sia is doing. She is actually now even taking other videos. She has been taking very nice videos here inside. And that's the power of women. Thank you so much, Sia. But I will be failing if I don't thank all our speakers. They were great speakers, and they've gone through preparations. They made sure that we get new information that we don't know. And I think, especially for you young people, you are now pregnant. Pregnant of information, a lot of information, but please don't worry about that information. You can go back to our social media and actually listen to every part of the presentations at your own time, so that you actually educate, because of at the moment it could be too much flow of information, but you could use that information on yourselves. And that also include our panelists who had to prepare to sit and ask questions which they didn't prepare. and our panelists, I think they did very well. But our moderators were great. Thank you so much, you ladies. And Benjamin, you were asking questions that I wanted you to ask, and you did it to our best, because of the point is one, this discussion is very sensitive, but except that it's very sensitive, we don't have information. So he was asking relevant questions for all of you to understand what are the issues. So thank you so much. And actually, when we requested you is because of, even in his interviews on Newsroom, when he interview you, you have to prepare. Thank you so much. Marisa, you did a great job, really, on your session. Yesterday we had, who was doing the panel? Oh, Riali Dwaba was doing very well, and so she did very well with our panel discussion. Our two program directors, Valen and Maureen, thank you so much for the great work. We really appreciate it. But also, again, coming back to the speakers, we have people who are flying from UK and flying from Geneva, flying from Zambia. And you know what? They didn't even say whatever when I said you must be here on Friday. And they were here, all of them, on Friday. Thank you so much, Payoshni, Katongo, and also Cheryl, who ran away now to catch a flight. But again, I need to thank our partners in Zambia. NOASPA, and also Besa, who actually, when she said that we have a conference, she said, I'm coming, and here she is. Mofu, thank you so much, and say thank you to your chairperson because of she's here. and I think this partnership, we will continue doing it. Last time I was in Zambia myself running a Women in Sport leadership training, and that went very well. So these are relationships that we are trying to build with all our neighboring countries so that we strengthen our relationship. Okay, then the delegates. You guys are so special. You are so special because of, even if we were fighting with time to say, no, stop eating now, it's time to go back. You actually just put down your food and come back. And Lydia was actually talking about me, and she was scanning, saying, you see now the teacher is now telling us what what to do. Yes, the teacher in me was acting because of the teacher should teach you to be punctual. So I was doing what I know. I was trained as a teacher, and I was making sure that you guys are back in all our sessions. But thank you so much for your support to SAWASF, but also for being here until the end of the program. And it's very much important to be here until the end of the program, because of if you leave before the end of the program, you miss out a lot of other issues. But I think I need to thank you for being here and actually wishing you to travel home safe, and actually notify us later that you are home safe. Our sponsor, Lottery had been supporting us since 2016, and until now. And every year, and actually I was talking to some young girls yesterday when they were saying, no, but how do we start a project, Mama? Hey, we don't have money. Hey, we don't know, whatever. And I was saying, Lottery would give you money, 250,000 for a project that you are starting without even financial statement, but as long as you have a proposal and whatever, and systems in place, they will give you to start, 250. But what you should do every year, you should report back. So that's what we have been doing for all these years. We make sure that we report back on how we are spending our money. And if we didn't spend the money, we request for redirection, and they will actually approve your redirection if your redirection is still focusing on your projects. So I'm saying, don't actually make money an issue. Look at any place where you could get funding. But also, again, like we said earlier, that we are very selective in sponsorships. So if it's some sponsorship that will compromise us, we wouldn't go for that sponsor, because we want to make sure that we empower the next generation. We had one of our legal guys who support us, Farai, sponsoring some of the girls, because he was saying to us, okay, fine, I see you are asking athletes to pay. Can I pay for them? I said, no, don't pay for them, because of the payment of 100 Rand. It's not for the conference. It's for the commitment. We wanted you to pay 100 Rand to commit to say, I want to attend the conference. And I said, what you can pay for them is accommodation, because of some of them are coming from far away. Let me ask the girls who were sponsored to stand up. Northwest. Northwest. Because you know what? I don't think it's a lot of money that we need. If next year we could get 5 companies paying accommodation for some of the delegates, I think we would have this venue full. Because of the reason why some of them couldn't come is because of lack of funding, especially for accommodation. So thank you so much from Farai. And the next point, and by the way, once I'm talking about that, you remember I had a case with SASCO, and I had to go arbitration and a lot of other issues, and who sponsored my legal fees? The same company. So there are people who are doing a lot of work behind the scene, and that's what Renan was saying, to say, we were busy with the case, and he didn't mention the case, so I will mention it. It was my case against SASCO. No, it wasn't. Was it against SASCO, or was it individuals?
No comment.
Oh. And I like it. Okay. Fine. In the absence, very important. Future Africa stuff. I'm telling you, where is the gentleman? Oh, he had been with us since Friday, him and Mpo, trying to organize this event. And on Friday when we arrive here, when we have to connect all these things, and they were not working, he was so patient with us and managed to, at the end, connect everything that we wanted. And what a conference we had with all these technical things. Thank you so much, you guys. You did a very good job for us. And you have been here every time when we need it. Yeah, thank you so much. But not only that, the food. Oh, wow. We never complain about the food. I mean, I know in most of the conferences, people will be complaining about the food. The food was great throughout yesterday and today, and I hope they will give us good lunch. Because I shouldn't praise them, and we go out and find the lunch not being good. But thank you so much for all the support and work that you are giving to us. Possibly next time they will be sponsoring us. By the way, whilst I'm talking about it, our first conference in 2015, I went to the director of sports by then to say we don't have money, and we didn't have money at the time. We want to have a seminar on women and sport. Can you offer us a venue for free? And the director said, yes, we can. So they gave us the auditorium. Those who knows this university, they know next to the sports center, there's an auditorium there. So they gave us that auditorium, and they then said, you can pay for food. We went again to look for somebody to pay for food. And we had our first seminar. And that's where it started. Since then, we never stopped having these conferences because of University of Pretoria. The first time raised a hand to us to assist us. 2 years down the line, we went to some hotels to have the conference. But when they built this facility, we then realized that this facility suits us. And I think it is a good facility for Tungena. But next time, possibly, we just have to negotiate with them to sponsor us with this facility. Thank you so much. So I don't think I forgot anyone. And if I did, please, it's not deliberate. It is because of I forgot I'm human. But thank you all for all the work. I'm told that 3 panelists and 2 attendees, they will be invited for interviews. So you remember yesterday we were supposed to do some short video. You will do that video. So please, when we leave here, let's do that. But the most important thing we need now, take your jerseys off. Let's go and take a picture outside of the group. And then from there, we will then go for lunch. Please, again, when we go out for a group picture, don't run around to take your pictures so that we manage time, because we are already late. So please, let's just move to the same place and try and take that picture. Thank you so much.